All right, now that's wrong. There. I see, yeah, right there. That one there. Probably need to move my camera today, too. Are we even on? Yep, we're on. Connect encoder to go live. I don't even know if that's connected or not. Check 1, 2, mic check. We Hey, I can see, I think I see chat going on. Good morning. I'm just trying to get back in the office here. I've got, am I going the wrong way or right way? Hold on a second here, guys. I been gone for a couple days here, and as you know, whenever you like leave this Streamlabs, it updates and comes back with issues. Happy New Year, everybody! Hope you all had a great Christmas, great holiday, great Hanukkah or Festivus for the rest of us. Whatever it is that you celebrate, I hope that you were able to celebrate it. I was kind of I ended up my daughter had an operation during Christmas, so we were focused on that for the holiday. We didn't go out and do anything. And then for New Year's, she was feeling better towards New Year's, somewhat better, and wanted her friends to take care of her. I don't know what that means, but my wife, my daughter, and I were able to sneak away for New Year's, and we left for a couple, 2 or 3 days, I think. We went skiing without the other daughter, and comically enough, we got stuck in a pretty severe snowstorm heading to the ski area. It was blowing. It was like it was just like last year. We had last year we had a blowing storm. It was like 20 inches a day or something. We snuck out and did that one. Now we're getting rain for the next week. But I was able to get out I skied 2 days. That was all it was. Due to my other daughter having to take care of her. But we did get out, and I did hang out with my youngest daughter, which was kind of cool. Let's go over to this screen here and take a look at this together. But a few things. So here's the all-time highs from Christmas, and then we had a bumpy ride early last week, but we're right back to where we were. Not much has happened, right? Let's take a quick peek at the market here. I've got just a note to you that I have call spreads on for. Oh, hold on a second. Let me just check this really quick. What is going on with my camera here? Hang tight here. Let me just take a peek at this. Find out why this is no longer working. Hey, there we go. Is that working? Sweet, I'm back. Let me just take a look at this, see if it's matched up right. Nope. Looks like. Nope. Can I do that one then? I don't know where I am here. Kind of looks right, like something like that. Looks right. Uh-oh. Just happened here. Just a quick note to you that I am in call spreads. I put them on, excuse me, before I went to go skiing. Excuse me here. Let's go back. Let's delete all this here. Let's take a quick look. I don't expect much this early week. Just off the top here, I do expect some kind of pullback and then grind and then climb out of this week. I don't expect everyone to be back this week either. I'm not expecting the market to necessarily be plotting and planning for the demise of the stock market or anything like that.
Markets aren't open. Imbalance. S&P 500.
Can you hear
Sell
that?
side 8 million. Nasdaq 100. Sell side 73 million. Dow 30. Sell side 1
Look at a
million.
few things
Mag
here.
7. Sell side 25 million.
I do expect this probably be the last rip up here. We do have some decline from last week. This is some divergence being created on weekly. That's not good to see. It shows people selling out here. The daily looks good right now. Let's look at a 30-minute basis. Let's see where we're at. Hourly looks great right now, by the way, for continuation on the open this morning. Go back to a weekly and see what we got. So I want to let's look a little bit farther back in time here. I want to look at something else here. 3 month. I really want to see this level right here, this 600. You see this here? For like a spring low. 3 month. This is zone right here. This is 631.81. Be looking for this to get tagged at some point in March, April. And this looks about right. I'm not my outlook for next year. You guys will have that here today or tomorrow. It's almost done. But I am looking for something like this in the spring. This is on a 3 month basis, but something like this. And then some continuation here. No, I don't want to say that right there because I do think that the fall is going to be
US listed
gnarlier.
shares of some oil companies jump as the US forces the capture of the Venezuelan president. Chevron up 5.1, SLB up 7.7, Exxon up 2.3.
What we need to do is nest some kind of nest like this, but more than likely it's going to be later in the year. You're more than likely going to get some kind of move up, and then you get the late year push. That's what I think this year looks like, more like this. Really what we want to see here. Up, 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 and then up. Same buyers, same buyers, same buyers over here. September 17th buyers. Up, 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 up. Big distribution here. I think I've told you guys about this distribution over here. This is the push higher. This is 1, 2, and then 3. We should lose this on this third one up here. And then blast down here and probably take something like that out. Clean out all these buyers here. Also want to be checking these these buyers here and then these buyers here. This is the one that I don't know about because this would, if we lose this 632, I bet we slice down there and clean that out. That's the whole run right here too. Not the whole run, but see it right there. This is the distribution. I bet 600 is a target. right in there. Backtest all this stuff. Look here for a minute.
US listed shares of precious metal miners rise, tracking higher gold and silver prices. Barrick Mining and Newmont up around 2%. Kinross up 1.7.
There's a gap left behind, but I don't know that
Memory chip
matters.
maker companies as well are rising after reports say that chip shortages are to increase memory prices. Micron's up 0.7, Western Digital up 2.4.
How's my Nike doing, by the way? I did notice that the whole Nike thing. Oh yeah, we're doing good. Okay. Sorry, I had to check Nike really quick. Go back and look at this. Did we catch the wick there? That's kind of a problem there. Let's see this for a minute. See if we caught that high or not.
White House official says US envoy Witkoff and Kushner will represent the US at the Ukraine talks in Paris on Tuesday.
That makes sense. Go over here and look. Back over here and look at this. Man, that's so close. It's not a good wick right there for intraday. Would have liked to have seen 687, 67, but I don't think I saw it over here. Maybe one more push if we can get up there. Let's see one more push up here. Let's go back over here. There's a 1 hour here, 4 hour. There's another 1 hour sweep below. I think we need to hit that one though.
The S&P 500 energy sector hits a record high in over a year, last up 2.4%. So that's hitting a sector high in over a year.
Hope you all had a good holiday out there. We should still be slow this week. I don't think when I was out this weekend until Saturday. I got back into Detroit on Saturday, but people were extending their stays. I would still like to see one more pair like this. I'd like to see one more. And then down. Clean that out. And then up back up here. Take that one out right there. So we'll drop just like this. And then one more down. That does not have to be closed, but I would like to see it close up there. The just a note that the hourly velocity is outstanding right now. I'd like to see this get closed, but I think we have maybe one more punch up here, just to catch the three pennies and then up. Close the gap down below, then take out 91. Now we want to be watching this really closely here. If you're watching this right here, see this last high right here. If at any point this last high can be taken out, it's more important than this one. If we can take this out down here and then pop it. It would make for a nice, I'm going to push this one higher here. 689.56. And that sets up the pull down here to go higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like this. And then 92.50.
US stocks extend gains with the Dow Jones now up 1%.
Wednesday at 2. Could take all fucking day. All week. Let's do like this. Look at 10 a.m. or 12. 12 p.m. This is Monday, Tuesday. O'clock, somewhere in there. Wednesday at 2. This is Thursday, 1600, something like that. We're gonna look at this. Let's go back to the main screen. Peek at this. We're just looking for a couple things here for you, or let's go back to this trigger screen. We'll stay here in the 1 minute. So what really needs to be done here is just a tick. We need one tick. That's it. This is not necessary, but or the depth of it is not that necessary. But it'd be nice to see this come down into Tuesday, Wednesday. Not maybe like Monday, Tuesday, midday. Come down here, clear all this stuff out, and then we start going up again into Wednesday, Thursday. Into Friday open over here, 692.50. Not required though, but the reason I'm saying that, or the reason I'm showing this as a dotted line is because of hourly velocity is pretty strong right now on a 30-minute basis. Check this. It's just getting started here, so it's possibly start ramping. We are unwinding to, we didn't get any kind of a, there's a couple things I want to talk to you about here. Let me show you a couple things here. A bunch of stuff to talk about here. So we have the quarterly unwind. Let me mute this here. Yeah. So we've got the quarterly unwind. But you don't really have to see too much in this. The bigger thing that you need to see is that we're in trend. And there was no unwind on OPEX, quarterly OPEX, expiration, or not enough quarterly unwind in my view, nor quarter end to break free of trend, major trend. With that said, there also was no Vanna, none of that stuff that took place while we were all gone on vacation. So I would expect that Vanna trade to happen like right now. So is like I've got this charted out to do it like this, but it would not shock me to see like that taken out over here. Maybe clean that for a nice little A right here, and then blast straight up and start like moving. Maybe not in this time frame, but it is possible that happens. I just want you to be aware of that over the next day or so. We have had no unwind, no Vanna unwind in the market, so just be aware of it. We are tagging right now all that needs to be done right here, just so you can see it. We are taking out the high, this high right here. There is another high back over here. There's one more high back here that can be taken out. Let's see here. There's one more. There's one right here, but this one right here is the important one. And Nike looks good. Nike looks like it wants to break out right now if you're not already long. Nike got long that trade last week. It's back over here in 1 minute. We'll check to see if we get buy flows coming in at 1, or if they're going to try to sell us down up here. We'll start taking a look at new gamma in the market too today. As far as let's start with economic calendar. So today we get ISM manufacturing at 10 a.m. It's 9:46. We have 14 minutes left for that. We'll make this a little bit larger so you can see it. That's really what we wanted to see right there. That's all that needs to be done today. We did get that tag. The next targets are 688.91 and 689.56. ISM at 10, 3 and 6 month bill auction at 11:30. That right there.
The Dow Jones hits an intraday record, last up 1.1%.
Tesla turning around this morning as well. Looking to trade 457.91. PEX still fighting for its trade higher. SLDE with a little bit of a roll last week, holding on. KRM in any holding right now. Fucking Target, you sexy bitch. On Tuesday, we get Fed speakers. We get Barkin at 8 a.m. On Wednesday, we get a 30-year mortgage rate at 7 a.m. And then we get ISM services PMI at 10 on Wednesday and JOLTS at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. These are all pretty volatile things. ISM manufacturing. Today and then Wednesday, ISM services and ISM jolts, both on Wednesday at 10 a.m. Balance of trade, exports, imports Thursday at 8:30. Claims we get at Thursday. Non-farms productivity quarter over quarter, unit labor cost quarter over quarter, all 8:30 on Wednesday. So that would capture the volatility this week for like Wednesday, or at least Wednesday into the morning
In
of
10 minutes
Wednesday.
time now, at the top of the hour, we get the US ISM manufacturing PMI for December. Forecast 48.4 on the prior 48.2, with a range of 49.4 to 47.5. Machado says
Interestingly enough,
Venezuela
we
will
also
be
get
the US ally on security and energy. Again, at the top of the hour, we also get the US ISM prices paid. Forecast 58.7 on the prior 58.5. Employment saw a prior of 44, and new orders a prior of 47.4.
Remember, this is all we needed to hit was this one white line right here. There's no requirement to go any higher today. We got some volatile stuff coming out here at 10 and at 10 or at 11:30 a.m. Watch out for sellers coming in to sweep the lows down here. The gap that needs to be closed at 683, 684. I believe this is a 4-hour right here too. So volatility this week. Today, a little bit tomorrow. I don't like Barkin speaking at 8 a.m. Then, of course, Wednesday volatility, then Friday volatility. We'll talk more about non-farms in a little bit and some of these ISM figures, expectations off of these.
S&P 500 Banks Index hit a record high, last up 1.8%.
We got a note here from Pravorsky says the medium-term backdrop into 2026 remains extremely bullish. Better growth, lower inflation, supportive central banks, and secular tailwind from AI and labor productivity, restoring margin power to corporates. On credit, the key watches the return of supply this week and next, and whether IG market tone begins to reprice again. Lingering concerns from late last year remain as AI optimism increasingly morphs into bond glut narrative, largely via IG issuance. Names like Oracle and Crowd still sit on the periphery, but Microsoft's equity chart is slightly concerning. This isn't a sinister view that something is decisively wrong here, just net supply increasing into already incredibly tight spreads. Risk reward not great. Credit likely continues to cap risk, at least in U.S. markets, in the next few weeks will matter as issuance ramps. I agree with that. I just don't see it as being like if I had a fear for this year, it would be if I had any fear for this year, like legitimate, it's profit taking, cool off velocity if possible. But I still see that as a ramp in the beginning of the year. So that would mean if we're only profit taking 600 would be a target somewhere in there, 600 on the low end. 640 is more appropriate, I think. If I saw like real true risk to markets this year, the only thing that I see is elections, and I think it's contrived. I don't think it's real. I think it's just like pricing or not pricing in a rate cut. I don't see Trump or the regime losing power this fall. There can be moments where there's volatility due to the fear of that or some kind of gridlock in the House or Senate, but I'm not seeing it. So, or the implosion of the tech bubble. I mean, let's be honest about all
In
of
5
this.
minutes
We're
time now,
entering
at
the
the top
bubble.
of the hour, we get the US
So last
ISM
year we were not in the
manufacturing
bubble.
PMI for December. Forecast
We're in it
48
this
spot
year.
4 on the prior 48 spot 2,
You saw
with a range of
dispersion
49 spot
last
4
year.
to 47 spot 5. Prices paid, forecast 58 spot 7 on the prior 58 spot 5. Employment prior of 44, and new orders a prior of 47 spot 4.
We saw this dispersion trade last year, gearing up for another bubble trade this year. New stocks, new stuff, right? I don't see the bubble popping yet. I guess that would be the only that would be the third fear. If I had a third fear, I don't think anything else dislodges this market at this point. So that would be the only other fear that I could have. I'm not seeing it. Maybe year 3 of presidency makes more sense. So continue to service the AI bubble. And I think this year we go into it. I think this is like, everyone's like, are we in the bubble? I'm like, yeah, we're in the first part of the bubble. I'm like, there's a middle part that I think that we're in. We're like the middle of the bubble. And then there should be this like last act of the bubble. So this year could turn into that like setup for that last explosive move into said bubble. Pravorsky is saying there should be some weakness. That historically is true. I think I showed you guys a chart last week. It's in your year outlook, but historically, first week of February gets pretty bearish. So we're already in the first week of January. Next 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you should see some kind of a topping up here and roll to the downside. Not guaranteed. We had 1 year a few years ago, maybe the first year of the bubble, I think, of the bubble, this bull run. We've had 3 good years, right? One of those years, I think we ran up into March. We'll look at it if we have time today. Anyway, let's leave this here. Watch this consolidation or distribution into 12 p.m. Manufacturing numbers coming out here in just a few moments. Look at some gamma stuff here. We're also going to look at the new collar.
Goldman Sachs shares hit a record high last up 4.1%.
That sounds really low in my ear. Can't hear the new squawker guy.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the US ISM manufacturing PMI. 10 seconds. $47.9, 47.9, lower than forecast, 48.4. Prices paid, 58.5, 58.5, lower than forecast, 58.7. Employment at 44.9, 44.9, and new orders, 47.7, 47.7. So the US December ISM manufacturing is at a 14-month low of 47.9 on estimates of 48.4.
Thank you. Showing some weakness here in S&P 500.
Stock indexes little changed after the December ISM data.
On the screen down below here that you're looking at down there, that is the JPM collar. We're going to take a quick peek at this. It's over here.
We have posted the ISM manufacturing December report on the feed for those interested.
Clone. SPOO's holding up nicely here. Down here and take a peek at this. It's short 7150. We think we've got 715 as the target for down here and look. This is the collar trade. Right about there. Short 7150. Oh, right where we are right here. It all looks right there. See it right there. So this is what my call spreads are for. $64.70. calls. 70, 64, 75. Now, this is interesting here. This is a short 54.70 put. This is the worst case scenario that I've got going on here in the spring. This shorts 54.70 put. This makes sense right here too. But I don't know if we can get there. I don't know if we can do a repeat of this over here. It seems too obvious. I'd like to see it. To be honest with you, if we could get 5,600 in the spring, that'd be rad. I just don't know if we can. And I do see this as being a top here for springtime, the 71.55. Short calls. If this holds, this is a weekly trigger, 64.80. You'd need to see that second drop over here to start getting short. If you guys want this this chart, you can snip it. I don't know if we can get down here though. Yeah, I think it's more something like this up here and then down. Maybe we clean this out and just be looking for this in the spring. If we can't, if we stall in here, I would then entertain that second leg lower, but I don't think we get it. I think we get it in the summer, though. I think we get that volatility, then we hit this one. Come summertime, this becomes a double correction in here. That's what I would like to see, something like that. If you want to snip that for yourself, you can. Also look at it from this perspective right here if you wanted. Right up in there. That puts us at Jan 13. So it might not be February. It could be like mid-January, Jan OpEx or something. Maybe that's why Pravorsky is saying next 2 weeks. It could be some fear in here coming up, and then, but I would, if you're hitting this target in January, though, I'd be fucking out of market. Start selling calls. Matter of fact, I was thinking today that maybe we'd buy some Ford stock and then sell calls against it. I don't want to buy those calls, or I don't want to buy Ford stock. So this, a couple of things we need to go over here. This upcoming year, we're gonna switch the what we do in the show a little bit. I really want to buy like some Ford stock, like right now, and then sell calls against it. But it's not good practice. I want to do it just for the I want to do it for the teaching aspect of it, but if I was to buy Ford stock right now, I would be waiting. I'd be waiting until like February, March, April, not February, March, April, like, you know, like April, May or something to buy Ford stock. But just the idea of maybe buying some Ford stock, I'll think about it the rest of today and see if it's worth buying here maybe, and then selling calls against it into the springtime. I'll think about it today. Normally, if I wasn't going to do this for the show, I wouldn't buy Ford there. I would wait. But we potentially could. Let me look at Ford really quick. Oh man, is this Ford? Oh, dude, Ford looks fucking great here. It looks really good. And I want to buy this shit right now. I mean, it basically tracks. Let's go back to the main screen really quick. I want to buy Ford today. I want to buy Ford, sell calls or sell puts against it into like mid-January or for first couple weeks of Jan. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let me see. How do I do this? I got to look at this really quick. I've got more. I've got like my wife's Robinhood here. I could do it on my wife's. Tighter, guys. Keep me logged in. Yeah, I trust this device. I might have to use my wife's account so that it's just send message. Wait a minute. Send notification. About a text message. Hey, you got a text message coming in for your Robinhood account? I'm going to borrow it for a year if you don't mind. Do you have text messages on your phone? Can you yell it to me what it is? Thank you. What do we got going on here? I'm going to sell you out of some of your positions.
Denmark's PM, when asked about the US's ambition to take over Greenland, says if the US attacks another NATO country, then everything stops. And geopolitics as well. Venezuela orders police to find and arrest anyone involved in supporting the US attack emergency decree.
Or just sell. Done. She's gonna be mad at me. Done. Ford, I think Ford has dividends, right? Yeah, Ford has dividends, so 15 cents per share. That's nice. Issued substantial special dividends. And I just want to check one more thing here. Oh, we'll look at this together here, guys. Save that collar. We're going to go. Just want to check Ford really quick. I just want to ensure that I've got this right and I'm not wrong on this. I want to fuck this up. Hold on here. Blank. You know what? I need to keep it on a. I need to keep it open somewhere. So that I can show it to the show. Starbucks. I'm looking at Starbucks right now. Ford Motor Company. We'll look at this together. So this is Ford. It's kind of. I thought Ford tracked. What am I looking at here? I thought Ford was following S&P. This doesn't look like it's following S&P at all. Maybe it is. Let's overlay it and see. I thought it followed S&P 500. Nope. It kind of does there. Big slam down there. Yeah, it kind of follows. You can see that it wow, this is kind of wild. It tends to fall before the S&P. It's cheap, $13-14. It's dirt cheap. What's fascinating is that it maybe not. It shows big highs before a dump. It's not too far off. I think this is interesting. This is fascinating here, where it dumped here before. Traded a low of 813. Topped early over here in December and did not recover. Tight here, guys. Get rid of this comparison here. No, SPLX, XPLG. And 02 expense. Yeah, I like VTI and I like VU too. All expensive. I think Ford is the way to go. It's really fucking. It's really fucking liquid. It's like one of the top 5 or 6 traded stanks out there. It's got a dividend. I used to own Ford a long time ago. really expensive right now. Some nice options in here. Okay, let's do it right now. I think. Hold on here. I need to put some money into her account. She's got money in here, but I just sold a bunch of her shit, but it's not going to clear today. Hold on here. Board. See if you can buy some Ford here in just a few minutes. All right, just give me a second here, guys. I'm going to put this. I'm going to get rid of that. Put this right here. Get rid of that. Okay, does that work right there? SPY grinding higher now. Trading 687.74. We've lost Discord. Fuck, I'm missing Ford. Like trying to buy Ford right now and trying to get this set up here, and S&P is already going up. Just wait for me, Ford. It's in there now. Let me just check it. Hey, can I put this on the screen maybe somewhere? How much for 100 shares? Perfect. It's like the perfect. Thanks for putting that money in there. All right, let me see if I can screenshot this maybe. I got to figure out how to do this. How do I do this here? I have to add a scene or a source. Add a source. Okay. Image, alert box, browser source, display capture, share monitor, share web-based content, browser source, specific window. Okay. Add source. Robinhood, maybe? Add source. Does that work? Done. Like there. Does that work? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Right there. Nope. Nope. That right there. That kind of works, right? I don't know.
Goldman Sachs rises nearly 5%, the most since May the 12th.
Right there. Oh yeah, there we go. Cool, cool. All right. Yeah. All right. Is that working? $7.15. SPY call spreads up to 7.15 into Feb OpEx. We can still degenerate. Okay, so a couple things down there. Down there in that corner over there. Down there. See it down there? I'll make it more permanent later, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something here, okay? We've been doing this show now, I don't know how long. And we've focused on different things each year. This year in particular, I think we've spent enough time on everything we need to spend on that we're at a point
US
where
stocks extend gains, the Nasdaq up 1%.
we want to spend a year learning how to sell options, basically. Hold on here. I realize that some of you are have lots of money and some of you do not. When I speak to traders in our community, I get the gamut. I get the full gamut. And I take phone calls. And they're not, some of them are really good, and some of them are brutal, and some of them are, not everyone's got a benefactor out there, right? Some of you trade just your weekly paycheck, or you invest just your weekly paycheck. Some of you buy fractional shares probably out there. Some of you are just degenerates. But a lot of you out there have never bought a stock or an ETF or sold options. Now, when I checked the last time, Ford was the easy one. I checked the top 50 traded stocks that were out there, and then I checked for dividends. I just checked it again this morning. But the reason for that is, or the reason I liked Ford was mostly because of the liquidity. It's believe it or not, it's one of the most traded stocks out there. It has great liquidity. You can get in and you can get out when you want to. There are some ETFs you could do, but this will mirror probably the market closely. There might be moments where Ford will do its own thing and the rest of the market will be going up and the rest of the market will be going down. But what we'll do is we'll track Ford. It's cheap. I think it's $1,300 for 100 shares. If you look down below, right there, really closely there, you can see that I'm about to buy 100 shares. Here's your warning. Okay, so there should be literally no reason you cannot mirror this trade on
According to the
VOO.
Swiss government,
No
in
reason
order
you
to
can't
freeze
mirror this
assets
trade,
belonging to
generally
Maduro and
speaking, on
associates
SPY.
affect 37 individuals.
If you've never bought a stock, if you've never bought or opened or closed selling of options, if you've never got a dividend, you've never done any of those things, and you want the opportunity to do that, you can do it with me right now, okay? This is your one time. Now, what I will do throughout the course of the year is I will buy this stock, and I will sell options against it. I'll sell calls, I'll sell puts, and we'll track how this goes over the course of a year. How does this look over the course of a year? And we'll roll all of this money back into Ford. And what we'll try to do is build this stank up for a year. We'll try to make some money off of it. And we'll do what John L. says. John L. says, rinse and repeat. So maybe we can take this stock and hopefully we can make enough money at some point to buy some SPY together. That would be the preference. And I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't normally buy the stock right where we are, but it's January, it's New Year. I would be waiting for like the springtime. But it doesn't matter, because if we continue to go higher, if we start to sell off, we can sell calls against this stock, and we'll get some juicy options, and we'll make some money. And the more important part about this too is cost basis. This is a good way to show you cost basis for like, what did you start with? Where are you at? You sold some options and you took some money out to do this, and you did that. Like, people will complain and say like SPY's only gone up 10% in the last 50 years or something. That's just not the case. Like, cost basis is a big thing. What did you buy it for? What did you sell the options for? What did you clean up out of that? You make some money. Maybe you get assigned or something, or you lose your stock. You have to sell your stock for a loss or whatever. You guys understand this? So you will. We're going to spend the year going over this in depth. I don't think we'll run a wheel or anything. I think we're just going to, I think what we'll do is we'll just start basic, like sell some calls, sell some puts. And we'll start looking at like dividends in the end of each quarter, that kind of stuff. And, John L. makes a very good point. I don't know where he is. If he's on vacation right now, he's been popping around recently, but he makes a very good point. And his point to a lot of our membership, he's one of our quants, believe it or not. His point to a lot of our membership is that you rinse and repeat this. You rinse and repeat. So you buy SPY. I don't care when you buy it. I don't care if you're buying it like whenever you have a paycheck, or if it's seasonal lows. I don't care if it's once a year. I don't care if it's only after a crash, but you buy S&P 500, and you just buy it and buy it and buy it until you can start selling options against it, and you rinse and repeat. If you do that over and 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 over again, eventually, you're going to be rich. No, and that's true. And there are other ways of accomplishing this. There are ways to build accounts that are more risky. You could go with spreads is probably like opening a call spread or a put spread. More than likely, a call,
Europe's stock
call spread has an
600 hit
edge over a
600
put
points
spread.
for the first time.
That's probably your one of your next least risky things to do. But if you do that, it's only once or twice a year. You get more risk as you open more of those in bull years, but you might get 9 to 11 trades like that in a year. And there are more riskier ways to do that. There are guys and gals out there and theys and thems. What they'll do is they'll just do a paycheck, right? Bunch of zero dates. You run it. You blow it up 5 or 6 times, and then the 7th or 8th time, you hit it big, right? You make 10, 20, 30 grand, some kind of big heavy hitter, 15,000% trade or some nonsense like that. But the problem with the more aggressive or the more risky and aggressive you are with those account building plans, we tend to keep those habits. It worked. It goes back to a lot of hindsight trading. Sorry, my camera's still not right. I guess I gotta fix my fucking camera. Any movement, I'm off screen again. But the idea here is that when you're a new trader, you're not aware oftentimes of everything else going on in the market. You're a dumbed down trader. So you make some good trades. You're like, woo, oh my God, I made all this money. And then eventually you start trying to repeat those trades and they fail. And you're like, why didn't it work this time? And it turns into this really bad habit until you take enough punches to the face and kicks to the nuts or the boobs or the butt or whatever hurts you the most. And eventually you say, I've given up, right? I'm going to ask for some help on how to build an account the safe way. And the safe way is more than likely going to be buying shares with a dividend.
The
with
UK government
options,
opens
with
consultation on
liquidity.
bills market.
And you're going to generate income by doing this. Now, the safest thing to open, of course, is SPY. It's not going bankrupt. Ford can go bankrupt. And your favorite stock out there, stonk out, whatever it may be, is in danger always. Stocks can be taken to the woodshed. Accumulation, distribution. SPY tends to not do that, does it? If you look at a SPY over the past, however long, decades, it doesn't go to fucking 20 cents, does it? Now, stocks do that. But we'll start on this cheap entry level so that everyone gets a chance. Everyone here will have a chance to do this. If you've never done this, you might think $1,000 is nothing. I don't know, it's $13.79. $13.34 right now. So I'm going to buy 100 shares here. I'm just going to put a buy order in. You're placing a market order to buy 100 shares. Buy. Done. I guess I got to enable some stuff. I bought the share price for $13. $13.35. So I bought some shares of Ford. We'll talk about selling options and stuff. Not today, but just so you know that I just bought 100 shares of Ford. And what we'll do is we'll add more and more shares. We'll do this. How about we do this once a month? We'll add 100 shares of Ford. We'll probably add them on the third, after the first week of each month in general. And then we'll also be adding twice a year. So if we're heading to the depths of hell, maybe we won't buy them, but might not buy them every month. But most certainly twice a year, we're going to add, like at a bare minimum, we're going to add shares for a spring low and a fall low. And then if we have opportunities on other lows each month, we'll buy again. But I just want to start this for the year, like clear as day. We just bought 100 shares of SPOOs. Hey, and I'm up $2. Awesome. Now I'm down 49 cents. All I did was buy 100 shares. I just want to own 100 shares of fucking Ford. We're gonna keep this really dumbed down. Really dumb. We're gonna own a bunch of Ford. We're gonna sell a bunch of options against it. We're gonna make it really fucking simple. And if we can make it more complicated down the road, we can. But just for right now, I just want to own some shares of something. If you want to do this with SPY, or you want to do this with VU or something else, you're more than welcome to do this with whatever you want. So we're just gonna do. It's right here. It's literally right there. You can't see it. Yeah, it's right fucking there. I just did it. I just did it for you publicly, right there. Guys, kill me. Are you gonna put it on your website, dude? It's right there. That's the website. This is fucking. I have to put it on public. It's on Robinhood. Like I'm doing it in front of you. Like what do you want me to do? Do you want to come to my house? Do you want me to go to your house? I'm fucking with you. You can see it right there. My portfolio is right there. It's like on screen. I just bought it on screen for you. You can see me do it on the. You can rewind the broadcast like 5 minutes. I'm up $3 now. Woo! This is easy. This is as easy as it gets. If this isn't easy enough for you, I don't know what to say to you. I really don't. I don't know what to say to you. So I just bought Ford. Okay. So we're gonna follow this account. I literally just sold my wife's portfolio. It wasn't a lot, but I just sold her portfolio to do this for you. So it's a nice, clean, easy, brand new year. I just bought 100 shares of Ford, okay? So if you want to follow along for this year, this is your one opportunity to follow along for this year. Happy New Year, 2026. This is not where I would be buying this. I'd be waiting, but we're going to do it. And what we'll do is we'll manage it. You know, we'll manage it systematically, just like we're going to manage this systematically, just like we would on SPY or anything else. And we're going to know when to sell out of Ford, right? We know when to go risk off. You guys have rules out there, right? You know when we're above the 1 in 5 minute trigger, what to do. You can sell short your stock too, right? I think you can sell short on Ford. You own 100 shares, you can sell short. I would assume you can. I don't know if you can on Robinhood or not. Well, we'll find out, I guess. But I do trading on Robinhood, but I only learned how to trade on Robinhood recently, like past 6 months or so, maybe 9 months or something. Most of my trading I do on Tasty or sometimes Thinkorswim. Mostly it's Tasty these days. A mix of Tasty and Robinhood. But there you go. It's right down there. It's live. It's literally live. It'll stay open every show. It'll be there from now on. Okay. So anything that we do on this account right here, you will see. You will watch and see for this year. Now, why are we doing this? We've spent a lot of fucking time together, and I don't like getting those phone calls. I don't like getting the phone calls of I blew up my account, or I went from 0 to 500,000 down to 0 again. Those things are like nails on a chalkboard for me, and mostly because when I try to dissect those phone calls, I try to ask a lot of important questions like, did you take this trade, and this trade? No. Okay. Usually you can figure out what they're doing. People are doing. They're either rolling into, like, what they'll do is they'll, like, one great trade, they'll roll it and roll it and roll it, and it's like 100%, 100%, 100% until they blow themselves up. Or I didn't take 5 of these trades. I took this one trade. And that one trade is usually the one that's like, I'm going to make $1 bazillion, and it's the end of a top for a run, right? It looks the most bullish it's ever looked, and then you get roped into it, and you start making mistakes, or you don't have the emotional fortitude, the emotional or it's not intestinal fortitude is there, and emotional response, the correct emotional response. Um, it's all that kind of. You know what I'm talking. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. So, hey, look at that. We're up $5 or up $5.50 right now. Not a bad return for the new year already. Woo! You guys kill me. I know. I don't know what to say. I'm doing my best here. I know how this is already gonna go. It's gonna go badly anyways. It's like, well, I wasn't here that day or this or whatever. And what we're gonna try to do is we're gonna try to do something different here. The idea here is that I don't think Ford is going bankrupt anytime soon. And what I really think is that so they're pretty close to an ETF. What I think is that we can manage this pretty well enough at least to try to have like a savings account, save some money, and then look at the fruits of our labor after the course of a year, and after the course of a year, say what do we want to do next year, and try to like grow an account. Now, I don't see myself doing this in 10 years. Maybe. I don't know if you guys are going to be wanting to see my ugly fucking face when I'm getting old. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. But if you're watching my show, okay, if you're a community member in our community, it's 2026. I'm figuring I got like another 10 years left of this. Maybe I have more, but I would expect 10 years. Worst case scenario, I'm dead in 4 or 5 years. So what it would be nice would be to finish this, what we're doing, in a place where when we're done in 10 years or 5 years or whatever that may be, that you can't say that Jim James didn't sit here and help you have some kind of retirement for yourself. Where you're able to see all these trades, you're able to see the money come in. We're not going to spend this money on ourselves. We're not going to fight fires with it. You're not going to tell your husband about it. You should not tell your husband you're doing this. I'm going to give you some financial advice right now. Don't fucking tell your husband. Don't tell your boyfriend. Don't tell your brother, your sister, your mother, your best friends. You just do this, and you don't tell anyone. You don't offer it to fight a fire. You know what I mean? And I realize that a lot of you out there feel like you have to fight fires. I went through that. And that cost me a lot of money in my life. I wish now, looking back when I was younger, that I did not tell my fucking wife that I was building money for our family. I'll be honest with you. And had I just kept those investments, I would have been... I'd probably be worth a couple $100 million today, more than likely. Fair chance of that. But, life happens, right? You get into those whammies where something breaks, car accident, engine blows up, raising kids, new cost in your life. Oh, my God, we got to come up with another $1,000 this month. I don't have it right now. I'm going to look for it, try to get a raise, get a better position in my company and all that kind of stuff. And that doesn't work. And then before you know it, you're using that money that you're saving for those whammies instead of living more frugally. So what we're going to do here is we're not going to touch it. And if we can build this over the next 5 or 10 years the safe way, we're going to do what John L. says to do, some form of it. And what we're going to try to do is try to create some wealth and at least beat inflation if we can, right? If we can beat inflation and it's a low fee thing and we can make some money from this, I'll try to leave you the next 5 or 10 years and say, hey, this is the account that we did together. We started with I was 1,330. You can't paper trade on Robinhood, can you? I don't think you can. You want to see if I'm paper trading? Can you paper trade in Robinhood? I don't know. just to prove this thing. I don't know if you can or not. So Robinhood does not offer paper trading. So you can't say that this is paper money. And what we'll do is we'll run this account here like this for the next, until I die. I think I might be dead. I'm not sure. I got to go to the doctor this week and find out. But if I'm here for the next 5 or 10 years, until whatever it is got me kills me or something, we're going to run this thing up. And we're going to try to create some kind of a nest egg. For any of you out there that are watching this show with me every day, and what I really hope for you, I hope we look back on this time period, and no matter what, whether we're selling the stocks, the ETFs, the stocks, whether we're selling options, whether we remain in the market or not, or we start buying puts, so market tops, we implode the stock market. We use this account here to, sorry, my camera's backwards. Use that account down there to sell the market together. And I'm open to input too. If you're like, oh, Cap, let's do this, or Cap, let's do that, or you want to help. If you're a member in our community and you're like, hey, I'm really good at selling options, we should do this, or hey, we should sell forward and start selling the market, I'm open to all that too. So this isn't just like Jim James managing this money. So there'll be times when I'll ask you for your input, or if you're like, hey, Jim, I don't like what you're doing, definitely open to input on this account. And I'll type something up and to put on a post or something that discusses the rules for this account. Basically, we're buying the stock market, selling options, and we'll sell out of this whenever we need to, whenever we think the bubble's popped or whatever, as a group. I don't think there's anything else at this moment that needs to be done, is there? Paper trading is good. I paper trade. I use optionstrat.com. I have a membership with them, but I do paper trade new. I do paper trade new strategies. I haven't paper traded in a bit, but I do paper trade, and I have for years. So paper trading is a good thing. If you want to follow along with paper trading, you can. If you want to paper trade this, you're more than welcome to. The one thing that I'll say to you is this: this is a golden opportunity. It's something where you might not be able to join in if you don't know us right now. If you're here in like 5 or 10 years, you show up in 3 years, I don't know where this account will be. Maybe it'll be worthless, but this is the chance that you have to join us over the next 10 years trying to build some sort of nest egg. Okay? And it's a good opportunity. This is a nice way to make a decision that you're not going to be a degenerate anymore, and you're going to commit some form of money to a savings, to a retirement, to a pension, to something that gives you what John L. says. If you do this over and over and over again, you will get rich. You will. It usually doesn't. Compounding this stuff usually doesn't take 10 or 20 years. It can, but it usually doesn't take that long. And the best part of this plan here is, guess what it does? It gives you feeder money so that you can be a degenerate. So instead of being a degenerate in the beginning, you can become a degenerate later in life. You can say, oh, I'm making all this money safely, and I want to take a little bit off the top and fund a degenerate account. So you've always wanted this. You got it. It's here. This is entry level. All of you should have $1,300. If you don't, buy 25 shares, come back in a week, buy another 25 shares, come back in a week, buy another 25 shares. Whenever you have that free cash, it shouldn't be a ton. $1,000 isn't a lot of money these days. That shit goes quick. So I've got 100 shares, and I'm not really too concerned at the moment on looking at this, but we will. Let's look at it real quick. Let me start a new chart over here. Create a new layout. We're going to call it the TTT, trade the trigger retirement account. There we go. Create right here. Let's go look at this together. It's probably gonna Ford's probably gonna roll here soon, but we gotta get this done. We don't have the best timing here, so let's do this right here. This is Ford. All right, so here's Ford. It's kind of on a pretty big high right here. Let's go look at this one here. Let's do some indicators. We're gonna do velocity, premium discount. We're gonna do pivots, and we're gonna do triggers, without channels. Close all this up here. All right, not a bad place. I mean, I wish we could have bought this earlier this morning, but we are above right now. No. Triggers, pivots. No. Wish you could have bought this a little bit lower, but what's kind of nice here is what? We've got a 3 trigger cluster. We've got the half hour, the hour, the daily trigger here. We've got a nice back test over here. We actually have 2 nice back tests here. We got 1 back test here. We got 2 back tests here. I always like seeing this. 1, 2. This should begin to ramp. We could have gotten a better buy-in price, but we're done with this. I'm fine with this. Let's look at this on a 1-week basis here. We got a weekly here. Take a look at this monthly is almost too high. Not quite, but almost. We're gonna set an alert over here. We're gonna set an alert on this monthly velocity. Add an alert to the horizontal line, and we're gonna write velocity condition crossing horizontal line. Any kind of crossing that's fine. Once per minute, open-ended alert. Message. Hey asshole. Sell. Send text or tote or notify an app. Send email. Okay. Create. Okay. So I've got an email being sent to me. You want to follow along with this trade? So just right here, see this green line right here? We can make this white. If monthly velocity ends up getting up here and tagging this, we know to get out or at least start selling calls against it. This is on a weekly basis. Just check this on a daily basis. A little bit higher. You can see it right here. We'll lower it a little bit down, right about there. Maybe a little bit lower, right in there. I've got it on minus 3060. You want to see that? Or I'm going to come back and reference this. The next thing that we're going to look at here is, hold on. So I've got my monthly velocity. I'm in this for to win it, right? I am looking for something like this to sell. Something like this to sell, to go up. That's kind of like the gist, right? We're above the 1 minute and the 5 minute. The next thing I'm going to look at here too is, let's look at this back here. See this weekly over here? See this weekly right here? Just check this with the daily. Daily no cross. Daily no cross. You can kind of see you want to be selling calls up here, right? Only if the daily crosses. Okay. So we'll look at this over here. We're going to set another alert up here. The next alert on this one is going to be that alert on trigger. Crossing down. No, not 1 minute. DT. Hold on here. No, not long-term portfolio. Through triggers, weekly trigger right here. Okay, so do you see how I wrote this right here? I got the daily trigger crossing through the weekly trigger. And that's when I can tell I have to make a decision either to sell forward or if I want to begin selling calls aggressively on forward. So if you want to like snip this, how it looks for you right there, I'm going to create the alert. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. So I have an alert now on this stock. So if this stock, or not this stock, but if the daily trigger begins, to roll through, I'll have an alert telling me if like price is coming down here like this and that's crossing. Tell me to start selling calls against Ford. Fairly easy. I'm not going to sell calls immediately on this unless I'm hitting the targets that we're looking for here. Let's look at these targets here, though. What am I looking for? There's a gap that needs closed above. Somewhere right up in here. Got 1333, 1450, somewhere in here. One month targets. R2. Add alert and horizontal line. Price crossing up. Create an alert up here. Check 30-minute on this. Go velocity on a 30-minute basis. Hourly looks good. Daily looks kind of shitty. W. For our basis. Some resistance right here. one. We're also going to put an alert right here. So I've got an alert up here. And then I'm going to put another alert right here. Crossing down. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll have another alert right here. If we come back down here, we break this, I'll get an alert. I'll begin to sell puts right here if it goes against me. If it goes up, say we come back down. If we hold this and make this up here, what we'll do is we'll start selling calls. We'll hold this all the way down here as long as the daily doesn't cross the, as long as the daily trigger doesn't cross the weekly trigger. As long as we don't see this right here, we're just selling options against this position. Okay. I'm going to stay right in here. Got a bunch of alerts here. Price target, Ford, $14.44. I will sell calls if we make a new low. I'll sell calls down here. If we end up going up, I will sell calls right here. Or in this vicinity, somewhere in there. Sell some calls. And then for adding, I don't want to add any more shares unless we're down here on the weekly. Willing to buy some more shares as long as the daily trigger is not crossing through. So we got kind of a plan here for Ford. And we'll track this for the rest of the year. And if at any point we make enough money to buy 100 shares of SPY, whether we're making money on selling options, SPY goes down to the depths of hell. I don't know, we have 5 or 10 grand or something to buy SPY on a major low or something like that. We'll add a bunch of, we'll sell Ford and exchange it for SPY. But you've got a reasonable way, or reasonable, I mean, not 5,000, 50,000, excuse me, $50,000 to buy some SPY. But what you're going to have is a reasonable way to add money throughout the course of the year, make money off dividends, make money off of selling options, and hopefully the next year or 2 or 3, we're able to roll this into S&P 500. You should have no reason, I don't think financially, if you watch this show and you're in the stock market, that you won't have a reason to do this. There should be no like financial reason you can't do this. Just don't tell anyone that you have this money in here. Keep it secret, keep it safe. And whenever I'm an old fucking man and I got gray hair and I'm dying, I'm coughing, hacking, and wheezing and all that stuff, you can come back and say, hey, this guy made me a bunch of money, and it's the easy way of doing things. And it really is. I got to be honest with you guys. Like, owning the stock market is great. Selling options in the stock market, owning stock and selling options is great. All these, I have it right here. It's literally right here. No trades will be made without you being here. The trade is right there. You can't miss it. It's literally right here.
US UN envoy Waltz says we can't have the largest oil reserves under US advisory.
So we're done.
Excuse me.
Now the one
can't
thing
have
I want to tell
largest
you
oil
is
reserves under US advocacy.
Here's the last bit. I cannot entice you into doing this. So if I do, it's like breaking the law. So I'm going to tell you something about this. If you're going to follow along with this, I recommend that you do it with paper trading. I'm going to show you what I'm doing. When I get this on the record, okay, I'm going to show you what I'm doing. Do not take that as an enticement for you to do this. So I would say to you, follow along with paper trading. And you can say, hey, Cap did this with me for 10 years, and he showed me how to, or 5 or 10 years, and he showed me how to create a nest egg for myself. Now, if you guys want to follow along and do this yourselves, you can, but don't say, hey, Cap told me to do this. Captain Jim James said, I have to buy 100 shares of Ford. I'm just letting you know what I'm doing. And that you're going to be able to see this publicly for the next 5 or 10 years. And I hope that if you do follow along with this and we make some money together, we can have a bottle of champagne together or a glass of bourbon or something like that when you get old. You understand? All right. So this is what we're going to do. You're going to follow along with paper trade, and I'm going to do this in real time. This is approachable for anybody. Nobody should be out there saying I can't do this or I can't do that or whatever. Yeah, you get it? Okay. So we got one thing down already. We're good. We're good. We're getting back into the swing of things. What else? So what I want to tell you about this? I think that's it. Now, a few things about, maybe a few rules here. I don't check this stuff. Like when I buy stock, I don't really check it too frequently. I usually set some alerts. I get an alert. Alert doesn't hit. I don't fuck with it. If you are gonna do this with real money, and if you're gonna do this with real money, I want to warn you of something. Okay, there is risk in this, and not only that. I don't check these things frequently. They'll be on. It'll be on
Fed
over
bids
here,
for 3-month bills
I don't
total
normally
4.4 billion.
check
Fed
my
bids for 6-month
holdings
bills total 4
unless
billion.
there's some big breaking news, goes to the moon, crashes overnight, or we're at a major top or bottom. It's usually it's usually springtime and fall. So don't focus on this day in, day out. This is why I don't do this on the show, or I haven't, because it's boring. I don't stare at this stuff. I'll buy a stock and I won't look at it for weeks, months sometimes. So don't feel like you have to constantly be, tinkering or freaking out if it's going down one day and up the next day or whatever. As a matter of fact, I opened some call spreads just before New Year's, and I had someone call me and say, "What if we get a low in the next couple days?" And I said, "I really don't care. I'm gonna go skiing for a couple days. I'm just gonna put my trade on and come back. If it goes up, I'm happy. I don't see any crash risk the next few days. So I want you to switch mindsets on this stuff. I really don't spend too much time managing these accounts with these stocks. It's just buy it, come to an inflection point, start selling calls, come to another inflection point, start selling puts, that kind of stuff. So if I have one down day, I'm not really concerned about it. There's no panic in this. It's you're in this long view. And for this stock in particular, my long view is probably a year and a half. This year, next year, potentially. I'm assuming we're going to go into a bear market at some point. We could have a crash along the way this year. I'm fine with holding to that crash. I'll just add again. Unless we get the daily crossing the weekly trigger, I'm not too concerned. So I don't want you to think that this is something that should be managed every hour on the hour. If you would prefer to find a low on Ford to do this, have at it. You want to wait until spring? I understand completely. If you don't need to follow me exactly on this trade, I guess, is the point that I'm trying to make. You should be managing this yourself. You should not copy trade me in this. You should say, oh, well, Cap's doing it right now, but I'm going to do it in April when I think I should do it. You know what I mean by that? Have your own...
Oil futures rise more than $1 a barrel in choppy trade following political turmoil in Venezuela.
Agency. And you should, because if you track your agency versus mine, you can say, I did better than Cap on this, or he did better than me, or this is where I made a mistake. I can improve this the next time. This is going to be a long process. So don't look at this like you have to make every perfect decision. And that's why I bought these today too. I don't really care. I'd rather look at this in a year or two and see where it's at. If I made 20% a year, and I think that's the base case. Can I make 20% off my initial investments year over year minimum? If I can do that with this investment, I'm happy. If I can do 30, 40, 50, I'm even happier. But just 20. 20, I'll be happy. Yeah, I think 20% is fair. I've got no fees in this. Yeah, 20%. If I have 20% returns per year, I'd be a happy guy. I prefer more, but I think 20% for anyone going into a retirement account is fine. You know, you're down $3 now. I'm down $2.29 right now. And I didn't think this is the best place to buy, but I'm like, we gotta get. Like, the more I put this off, the more it just has to happen. So, excuse me. So 100 shares of Ford. We'll watch this account. I gave you some other rules. I'll definitely be adding money twice a year, once in the springtime, late winter, early spring, and then once in the fall. What else? I think that's it for right now. Just build the account up and find a way to make some money. Exactly, Adamstown. So we'll just watch this. What else? I think that's it. And if there's anything
in 10 minutes
exciting
time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell 86 billion in 3-month bills, the prior high yield of 3.57%, and a prior bid cover of 2.66. The US is also due to sell 77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.5% and a prior bid cover of 2.52.
3 and 6 month bill auction coming up. Remember that the 6-month bill auction will tell us a lot about rate cuts in January. Now, if every month you want to put money into this account, whether it's paper or real, we can do it every Friday, or we can do it once a month, or make a decision once a month. I think what we should do is stay with the stock market. So new flows, either buying or selling, typically come in the first week of the first month. So we'll try to start by following the stock market as the systematics out there do it. So what we'll do is we'll stay systematic. We'll start with first week of the first month, or first week of the month, every month if we're going to deposit some money in the account. So if you're like, Cap, all right, I'm going to save. If you're get a paycheck every week, you want to save $250, we'll do $1,000. Make it really simple. $1,000 a month. You can save $250 a week from your paycheck. Come in on the first week of the month. You have a week buffer too. So you can come in the first week of the first month. You got like 4 or 5 weeks to. You can have 1 week you don't have to put any money in, and then the first week of the first month we'll drop $1,000. Matter of fact, I'm going to set an alert in my phone right now, so that I make my next deposit next month, for February. February. No. If you want to do this, we'll look at February 2nd is a Monday. We'll set the alert for the 2nd, and we'll make a decision if we're going to put money in the market between the 2nd and the 6th. Add 1K to retire to TTT retirement account. Save. Cool. Okay. So I've got So if you're at home right now, you could put an alert every Friday, $250. You can do once on the first Monday of each month, put an alarm for yourself so that you're prepared for that Monday or whatever for us to discuss what we're going to do that Monday. I think that's all we got. I think that's all we're doing here. Oh, I don't know what that is, but we'll get rid of it. But no. See if the sellers will stop back in and try selling us down up here. 689.56, 688.91 are the targets. Right? I mean, this is easy, right? I used to catch flack for this, Fermi, back in the day. My attorneys were like, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." I was like, "We're doing it. Fuck it. We're gonna do it. Just don't do it. Do it with money. Do it with paper. Make it simple for yourself." All right, so you got the JPM caller out of the way. We've promised we would do an account for everyone, some sort of retirement account. What else do we got going on? We got to look at Gamma. Close forward. I fucking love free money. Hold on, Joey. I'm going to contact you here in just a minute. Broken fucking finger? What? I almost died a couple times. I think I almost died a couple times. But I didn't break my fucking finger, dude. You really broke your finger? I thought I was gonna die going up to the mountain. I was in whiteout. I got pictures. I'll post them. I was going 85 miles an hour in a whiteout. On a highway, blowing. I ended up slowing down because there was an accident and the cops were out. They shut down like 3 of the 4 lanes. I barely saw them. Barely. I shouldn't have been driving that fast. I was being kind of reckless. It was pretty bad whiteout conditions. But I was in I took my daughter's Subaru, the oldest daughter's Subaru that I put in to pull the brand new shit in for her. I took that fucking thing. It was baller. I'm gonna buy one. It's such a kick-ass car. People say it's weird. Like Subarus are very popular out west. They're not popular east of the Mississippi. They have a really negative connotation, which kind of pisses me off. And it was hilarious because no one passed me on the highway in that blizzard. Not a single car. None. No truck, no car, no nothing. I've got like killer snow tires on it. And, I've doped that thing out for her. But it was awesome. It's such a fucking tank, man. The Subaru Outbacks, whew, in bad conditions, I don't think it's matched. I blew past Jeeps. I was like, bye, Jeepy. Bye-bye, Jeep. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Jeep. Oh, yeah, Land Rover. Bye-bye. See you later. Dude, they rip through the snow. They fucking rip. They fucking, I mean, I've been in other nice all-wheel drive cars. I've never seen anything drive like that thing. It reminds me of the old school Jeep Wagoneer. Like the one from the 80s. I had an old Jeep Wagoneer. It was very low and square and boxish to the ground. That's the only vehicle I think I can compare it to. That's the only vehicle. It's so low and like flat, and it's banging. It's fucking banging. That thing will bust through anything. It was awesome. You know what? You know what's interesting? There were a lot of Teslas trying to keep up. They were close. They were like third or fourth best car on the road. I was surprised to see so many Teslas doing so well in the snow. It was like Jeeps, Range Rovers. There were a couple BMWs, a couple like Acuras, a couple high end like all wheel drive type vehicles, and then a gang of Teslas, a gang of Jeeps. A few Wagonairs were out there. And I was gonna do a test drive in a Wagonair. Didn't happen. So I took my daughter's. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get the Wagonair for the whole weekend. So I was like, fuck this. Well, dude, they only say that shit in the East. Out West, man, dudes drive those out West. I had no shame either. I drove by a bunch of dudes. I was like, fuck all of you. I was like, this might not be the fastest car out there, but in these conditions, it is. So it was good. It was good. I was pretty happy with it. I want to buy one. That's how much I liked it. I liked it that much that I want to own one. So that I think I'm going to buy a Subaru. I think I'm going to buy an Outback. I'm trying to find, like, I looked at, what else did I look at? I looked at, I've looked at a bunch of different cars, and I'm trying to think of the names of all of them right now, but I can't remember off the top of my head the exact names of which ones I was looking at. But I can't see like a benefit or cost to own. That's the other part of it. Like the cost to own these vehicles, they're like a comparable vehicle to a Subaru Outback. The cost of maintenance for what you get across the board, I don't think it has a I don't think there's anything out there. I don't think there's a single vehicle out there for like as a whole quite matches it. Yeah, me too. I felt the same way. Same, duder. Same, Mojo. You can call me whatever you want. The car is awesome. It gets great gas mileage. Gets great traction in the snow. I put a ski on my ski wagon. I put the rack on the top of the Subaru, so it had great storage. It's got heated seats. I don't know if the mirrors are heated or not. The seats are heated though. And I did buy my daughter for Christmas this year I bought her the CarPlay, Apple CarPlay. I bought that, like a big 10-inch or 11-inch screen, so she's got that cool shit. She now has a rear view camera and a front view camera, and we used it on the way up. It was awesome. It worked just fine. So I installed that for her, and then took her car away from her while she was recovering. What? Who? What happened with Tim Waltz? Something happened with Tim Waltz? What happened to him? What did I missed something. I'm grinding higher now, trading 688.62. Because of the fraud is a part of? Open a daycare center together. Daycare center. Fuck no. I'm like the world's worst teacher. I'm like the world's worst teacher. I could never open a daycare center. Trading 688.91 right now. I was told to open. My buddy was telling me to open unassisted care facilities where the state pays you. I heard there's a lot of money in that. A ton of money. And you like hire someone to live in the house? Hold on here. Yeah, that's what they did. But if you live out west, like if you live in the west, not West Coast, well, West Coast a little bit, but if you live in the west, it's pretty much like what? Ford King Ranch, Toyota, like a Toyota truck. And that would be like number 2, and then Subaru I'd say is number 3, right? Like I live in Michigan. Michigan's like the weirdest place in the country. Everyone drives American here. Like they don't like it's the first place I've lived where it's all American. Like it's the prevalent vehicles like Ford or Chevy. Ford in particular. Somali daycare centers. I heard about that years ago. I thought that was an ongoing thing that's been going on for a long time. There was a bunch of fraud going on in was it Minnesota, right? I want to say Minneapolis. I'm not sure it's Minneapolis. Somali daycare centers. I really don't care about that stuff. The only thing I really care about is like stock market. Is it related to the stock market? Probably not. Like I have a hard time today with like as time passes, like all of the fodder, like even like what's freaking me out right now is we did not invade or we didn't go into Venezuela in my view for oil. Well, it's for oil, but the real reason is China. It's all wrapped into China. It's China and Russia to some extent. No one wants to say that, right? And neither side wants to say that, right? The Democrats want to focus on the oil and the legality of what we're doing in Venezuela, and then of course Republicans are saying it's because of drugs. It's neither of those reasons. It's China. That's why we're in Venezuela, in my view. Now, how does that relate to the stock market? Or why do I care about that? Stock market, of course, is why I care about that. War, I care about that, and I care, of course, its impacts on the stock market. But outside of that, I got no care. I'm kind of like done with the social media and news thing. I think if I had anything to take away from this year in particular was, I read or not a story, but I read a guy that was a reporter that was talking yesterday about reporting on the news these days, and I think Wolf Richter, if anyone had such a large impact on me this year, it was Wolf Richter. I've read them before this year, but this year in particular was so glaring. And how close like real facts are that are never reported. I'm more focused on that than anything. Yeah, I thought it was already news though years ago. I think that's already been news. It's been being investigated for years. That's what I thought. It's already been it's been an ongoing thing. We deal with that here. I'm a large taxpayer where I live in Detroit. Detroit went through a lot of fraud, a lot of bureaucracy, like prying the bureaucracy to pieces because of population decline. And 2 years ago, I want to say it was a year, but 2 years ago, we have something called the Detroit Riverfront Conservancy. This is a thing that is supposed to. This is a thing, the nonprofit that's supposed to bring back our rivers and parks and beautify Detroit. And there was a director that stole, I want to say $150 million. Could be 50. It was 50 or $150 million. Then he opened a bunch of restaurants and shit and partied, private jets, you name it. And he didn't want to give the money back. And he didn't want to do any reparations. He didn't want to go to prison. I fucking pay so much money where I live here to live here. And I decided to live here. Like, I was like, I'm going to live in Detroit. I'm going to spend my money in this town, pay my taxes in this town, and do everything that I can in this town to help it. And my time, you name it. We fucking volunteer. We pick up trash. You name it, we do it. And that infuriated me. I was fucking furious. You know, what made me even more furious was who's around this guy, who's watching it happen. So I can understand the anger over the daycare fraud that was going on in Minneapolis. But I think it was already uncovered years ago. So the bigger question is, do the people that are responsible for it, do they go to prison, pay back all that money, all those reparations for what took place? The guy here in Detroit, he's paying it all back and he's going away for a long time. He didn't get the financial crime 6-month slap on the wrist, probation. He got many years behind bars. So I hope that continues for that guy too. I was so mad at that. I was infuriated, and especially in a place like Detroit. Like, one of the things about Detroit is that it's been polluted over the years and decades, and like kids live here, all that kind of stuff, you know. Let's see if this holds. We got 12 o'clock flows coming in now in the next 18 minutes. Okay, next thing we're going to look at, we're going to get back on track here. Next thing we're going to look at is we're going to go down to gamma. So this is the gamma chart that I left you with last week. And I'll let you know that I posted this for you last week saying that you will not pass, you shall not pass this until near or after quarter end. So quarter end was right in here, right? This is quarter end. 1600. You shall not pass until near or after quarter end. And the reason for that is because we need to have options go to die, right? And you're looking for some kind of Vanna, some kind of like unwind, right? You had an unwind in here to the downside, but not enough to break trend. Right? So gamma unwind in here. And now the obvious thing is to go up here and actually trade above this, right? Trade above this this quarter end. We didn't break trend either in this unwind, so that's all good. You can see it right here. We're still on trend. So we're going to look for here is to get above that not necessarily 6,500, 6,950, but the 7,000 is the big boy that we're looking for here. So we're going to take a look at where is 6820. Could call this as of today. This is the gamma flip, but not really. We're kind of like loosey-goosey. I don't want to say loosey-goosey, but 6900 is the real gamma flip. I would call this the real gamma flip right here. I would personally say this is the gamma flip here. You could call this a slight negative gamma, but I wouldn't call it bearish, okay? You would need to be underneath this to make it bearish. So we'll start with this here. This is negative. This is gamma flip. This is negative technical gamma flip, but it'll go away shortly. We are looking for 6925, which we're coming into soon. This is a speed bump. The target is 6950. Then we have 6975. This is another speed bump right here. And then we've got the magnet, 7,000. Now, how do we get above this one here? We haven't filled, or I don't want to say magnet, but resistance. Now, this is a problem for us. This thing going to work? Is this going to happen? There we go. Now, we talked about this briefly. Last week, but I want to talk to you about it again here. We've got 71. Is it 7115? I just want to make sure I got this right. Just let me check this again. Seven one five zero. We do need to talk about this right here. JPM short calls. And we got to talk about this because there is a problem here. If we're up here, Say we're up here, down there, right? There is a small problem here. There's a twofold problem. SPY squeezing right now. There is a twofold problem here. The first problem is time of year is a problem. If you're up here and we're up here, we're coming up here, you need call rolling for 710 to just get up here. You need the thesis that we can trade 6,200, that we can trade 6115, that rolling calls is the way to go. What you don't want to see is that we come up here and traders buy in the money calls. Like, oh, I'm going to get 7,000 C. You do that, right? And we're out of here. And the problem with that is just looking at this from the perspective of breaking above the big giant 7,000. If you're in the wrong time of the year, it could be something where, you're not rolling your calls to 710, 720. So we stall. And then before you know it, it's sideways. And then there's the seasonal weakness. And then we finally make our way back to get and trade. When you think it's okay for us to go higher, you're like, it's okay. We're coming into the summer months. We're not quite in the summer doldrums. We can now trade 720. We can break through this wall. So we want to be watching closely here. Time or price, right? We always say it's time or price. Do you have a window for us to go up here and trade this stuff? And if the investor doesn't think we have enough time to trade 710 or 720, that could be a problem. I'm just going to buy in the money shit. And the money shit won't send us here. So time is burning. There is the potential that we don't trade this until summertime. There's potential. Sentiment will matter in here. And I would be more focused on this for right now than anything else. I'd be focused on this, and then you find out if or you're I don't know if it's find out, but you're gonna find out if people roll higher. If there isn't enough time, they will attempt to or not they, but bulls will fake you out and lie to you. If there's not enough time heading in, this is OpEx over here. You start like grinding out this OpEx. You really want to know if people are rolling higher and like, hey, can we go into February? Can we go into March or not? I think that's going to matter. So we won't know this for a little while. Here's your gamma, though, for right now, if you're looking for it. Here's your gamma map. If you want to snip this at home, you're more than welcome to. Something like that. I don't know if we sweep this here. You're asking, like, do we sweep this, then go up and come back, and then up I still want to see that gap get closed. I want to see some of it get closed. I'd love to see all that get closed down there. Want to see that? Coming in at 12 p.m. Still grinding higher now. See if we can tick off this 689.56 key level. This is from a prior high before the all-time high. There's a seller up here with some pretty big stops. I wonder if we get parked in here for the rest of today. Watch out for a roll at 12 p.m. to trade 6,900. Get parked in here maybe. CTAs, buyers, vol control, buyers. They should limit volatility. SPX at the money vol, strike level volatility, cranking higher and higher and higher and higher. Man, there is an argument for for spot up, vol up. Even though we're in vol compression. Just look at this really quick. Volatility. This is interesting. Fixed 9-day on the way down. We do have a setup here for vol spot up, vol up. Volatility cranked on open this morning. Anyone notice that? 9-day VIX 9-day was cranking this morning, and it's falling right now. So volatility is marching higher with price. Yeah, there's an argument for spot up, vol up. I'm looking at it right now. The question becomes if whenever we're done with it, the fall should be violent. From what I can see here in the back end. Yeah, I'm still long Bitcoin too. Bitcoin I've got going to 100. Let me just see where I've got my alert set for it. I got Bitcoin going 100,000. And then selling down to, I've got 50,000. I think Tom Lee's got 40,000. Someone else said 60,000. Don't quote me on this. He's saying it because that's value. 38,000. So value on if you're watching Bitcoin, value is 38,627. So that's why Tom Lee's saying 40. On a daily basis, I bought value. He sees 38. I don't see that low. I see like 50 to 60, somewhere in there. Matter of fact, I think it's easy to trade 105. 101, 105, I think is easy. If I had to give a target, 106, 192. And then sell. I have not sold Bitcoin yet. I haven't sold Bitcoin. I haven't sold Target. I haven't sold I bought Nike. And now I own Ford too. I own the shit Meatco too. That's been like flattish, just been down like about $1 and under. I own a couple other dog shit things that I just left on my account. I had 2 or 3 major losses this year, 2 or 3 stocks that didn't perform. everyone every year, every non-performer I have is usually someone recommending it, saying it's shit go. But that's okay. I usually hold them long enough to get out. So I was aware of that when I longed that stuff. I'd likely get sitting them for a while. I wasn't expecting to make my losses, or my losses for 25 are the ones that I was like, these are shit stocks. Catching knives. Hey, what's going on, Lebanon? How you doing, brother or sister, whoever you are? Oh, what's going on, man? How you been? It's good to see you again. You can't read. Sorry, I'm talking to the Discord right now. Nice little push higher here. Just give me like one more tag. Just do one more. Just hit this top one and then we're out of here. Just kiss 689.56. 689.56 and a penny. I'd be very happy if you did that. Hold on here, guys. We got CES going on. The first part's at 2:45. Let me see if I can. Didn't get you access to the video room. Just a few minutes, I'll check. Like 5 minutes, I'm gonna take a quick break. We've got a guy in our group that's at CES right now, and he's going to be in the room for Huang's Nvidia speech. We're gonna try to pipe it in. We'll have our own live feed from CES, possibly. I'll give you a few minutes. I'm gonna look at this technically in the background if we can do it.
Voice news disconnected.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says we will keep up foreign engagement to build tax stability.
Just a quick note here. I'm taking a peek at this. We're almost coming into the new 4-hour candle. I got another half hour or so, but I just want to put this here for you guys so you can see the roll. Another one right here. We'll come back and put the new 4-hour candle in a minute. Just watch these down here. It's done. These over. We'll catch a new candle over here shortly. Yeah, I personally be fine with just like hitting just that one. Coming down here. There's the gap down below.
GM shares continued to gain, up 2.2% after they posted fourth quarter US vehicle sales. US is to meet oil executives this week on Venezuela revival. Further detail into this, then US Energy Secretary Wright plans to talk this week with oil industry executives about reviving Venezuela's energy sector following the capture of Maduro, according to persons familiar with the matter. So Energy Secretary Wright will attend the Goldman Sachs Energy, Clean Tech and Utilities Conference in Miami this week that executives from Chevron, ConocoPhillips, and other companies are scheduled to attend.
we are coming into a little bit of some weakness, sideways action here. Just kind of coasting sideways. No real price action up or down to look for at the moment. What are we looking at? It's already 1:30 right now. Take that off really quick. I was just doing some work in the background here. Hey, we're almost up 0.6% on Ford right now. I was actually reading a bunch of stuff on Robinhood, what we can and can't do. The rules here in Robinhood. They're all these brokerages are slightly different. Just take this old break time. Be right back. For specifically for what we're trying to do with this stunk. I changed my name on Uber to fuck you, and they keep sending me emails that say, hey, fuck you. I was looking at JD here for a little bit too. There's a more bearish outcome here for JD. There's a whole nother bearish. There's a way more bearish outcome here on JD. Yeah, Spicy. I mean, like I talked about this pre-OpEx, right? I said, you guys have heard me talk about this for some time now. I've been discussing this for about a year and a half, I think, in total. But I want to say almost a year and a half, 2 years ago, the U.S. was building up. Fortifying bridges in Europe. Basically, if you guys don't know this, if you've ever seen, you probably have never seen this. Probably have seen this on like a History Channel or something, where you see like a tank running down the road or something, or in the dirt. It's a lot like anything. It's a lot like I just saw something grenades on YouTube, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know all about that. Like how a grenade blows up on a movie is different in real life. Like like pressure waves and stuff like that. But it's the same thing has to do with like tanks. So what you don't see is like if you were to like blast a couple tanks down the road and a bunch of weight onto bridges and on roads, those roads will get torn up like instantaneously destroyed. So this has to do with weight limits and has to do with the material that's being used. So about 2 years ago, the U.S. was sending
17 counterparties take $6.4
not road material, but
billion of Fed reverse repo operation
to Europe to rebuild roads and bridges to handle a mad rush to a front. We were also, the U.S. was training U.S. troops for jungle warfare in Hawaii. 25th ID is stationed out of Hawaii, right? And you also have Fort Lewis. Fort Lewis, yeah. Fort Lewis also does some of that, I think, or can do some of that training. But if you remember, we talked about invading Panama recently. We did not invade we were going to take over the Panama Canal. Well, we have troops there now. It's public knowledge. We have troops in Panama. They're training for jungle warfare right now in Panama. I was just got the phone with somebody a few minutes ago too while I was on break. We're discussing like if you got to have your head in the sand to not see this stuff. It's not that we go to war. It's not that there is going to be a war. There's guaranteed to be a war or anything like that. It's more that it's very similar, or the stages of this are it's like the 1950s to some extent in terms of at least preparing for war. Like 1950 to 1955, then 1960, the West prepared for nuclear war. And there's some of that happened as well in the early 1900s and then 1930s too. There are things happening today politically, and then geopolitically, politically, that are very similar to all three of those time periods. So it doesn't mean we go to war, but the more key part is it's not that I agree with what we're doing or we should do this or we should not do that and all that kind of stuff. I don't really care about that stuff. To be honest, on this front, I don't really care about this stuff. I care more about is this happening? Like, is this happening? Not should this happen? And what are the reasons for it happening or these things happening? So if you recall, like 2 years ago, could have been 3, but I think it was like 2 years ago. You heard like the idea. No, but about 2 years ago, you heard about the stuff starting, and then about a year ago, if you recall, there was discussion about Panama Canal, and there was big discussion about UMAC, right? And this is NAFTA. NAFTA was the precursor, and then manufacturing in in Mexico. So what happened was, you have forms of government that failed to service the economies that we had in the 1900s, and governments that did serve well those economies, and you have countries that were able to adjust to serve those economies or were unable to adjust to serve those economies. One of the governments that was unable to serve the world economy, was Russia, USSR, the famous one, as well as the surrounding satellite states. So USSR collapsed, and when the USSR collapsed, they gave the opportunity for these satellite states to form their own governments, which they did, and a lot of them did very well to service the late 1900s. Russia chose to go the oligarch routes with like mafioso type government. That has kind of served Russia well, kind of not. Hasn't been perfect. But they were given the opportunity to join the world economy and world governments. China, fascinatingly enough, switched to away from like a Politburo, pure communist style of government and moved into more of a dictatorship, with ruminations of capitalism and ruminations of communism. So this like bastard child to serve the world economy. Now, one of the fascinating things about China is they joined the world economy with like, hey, we're gonna be a partner with the West, and they lied, right? They basically lied, and you also have like the inroads of Belt and Roads in South America, to some extent from Russia, but mostly from China, and then Central America and Mexico. And basically, what you have in Mexico, or in Mexico in particular, is you have manufacturing that's going on there through UMAC and through NAFTA and stuff, but it's just a front for Chinese-based manufacturing. It's not Mexican-based manufacturing. So when you put all this stuff together, you really don't want to have your head in the sand. You kind of want to be clear, even if you disagree with it. You clear as to what's going on, and why is it happening, and what are the implications of it happening. And the only thing that I can tell you from my time in the Army, the U.S. Army, was that I've told you before that I was stationed with U.S. Army Command. I was in a lot of rooms where I shouldn't be because of my position in the Army. I wasn't a decision maker in this stuff. I was just happened to be there in those rooms. And It's not really frightening. It harkens back top line to Saddam Hussein. Did not believe that we would depose him. He thought that at the last minute the U.S. would leave him in power, which I wish we had done. I wish we had done it because of the political system in Iraq. Iraqi politics that go back many generations. They're family based. They like people in power. They don't want democracy as you and I know it. And so that power vacuum, removing him, is a problem. It's probably too from the history and the politics, and anyone can see you would just leave him in power, or you would install someone like him in power, because that's how they run their politics and their government in Iraq. Now, it's still fascinating to see that we removed Saddam Hussein, because he didn't think that we would commit. And I think that's the thing that matters here the most, is that, when we removed Maduro, you've heard me say in the show oftentimes, you'll read social media comments like, "Oh, this will be a quagmire," or "Oh, you were messing with the wrong country," or Iraq had the 4th largest military in the world. I don't know if you know that, but they did. And we built up, with everyone knowing, we built up forces, and then it was basically a 3-day operation, right? It was fast. Do you know that Iraq had a 4th largest military in the world? So when you look at the U.S. and there's always fear. It's fear, we're going to start a nuclear war, or fear the drones are all going to get us, all this other shit. And, I think there's potential for that one day, where the U.S. can not be the policeman or police entity of the world, or whatever, or the hegemony of the West and stuff like that. But you have to realize that the U.S. and the West in particular, it's not just the U.S. You got to remember, this isn't just the U.S. And that's a hard thing to swallow too, is that, you got people from Canada upset, people from Mexico, people from Europe, everybody's upset. But the truth is that, after the East India Company kind of went away, and Europe started to lose its dominance of the world, the people behind the power and money behind that influence and that power structure, they're still there. They're still here. There are still those companies and banks, and those power brokers are still alive and well generationally. And they expressed that power in the form of the United States, believe it or not, in the Civil War. They did it in the Revolutionary War in the U.S., and they did it in the Civil War. And Europe had its own thing going on as well. I mean, I know it's France is fighting England in the Revolutionary War, but even France and England then and now, there's consolidation in that power and money and structure and their influence around the world that is shifted towards the United States. If I'm powerful with money in Europe, and I'm fighting with some other tech bro at that time period in France, and we're using churches and governments, but then we start to see our power dissipating and power pushing, or potential power going to the United States. They all start looking over towards the U.S., saying, "Hey, they got 2 big oceans. They have space between them and other countries. We can, move the debased power from from Europe to the U.S. and still have that influence and power." And that same thing happened in the Civil War. There's a continuation of that, and then more of that happened in World War I and World War II. Even if we had to renegotiate from the League of Nations to World War II, then the post-World War II reconstruction, where you're now forming new alliances and new pacts to service the 1900s, which they did, right? And so then now, when you're looking at this new internet revolution of the 1990s and this new AI revolution that's taking place right now in the 2020s, these people and the generationally and this power structure, these banks and financiers, and they're all still here. And they realize that, hey, maybe you're going to have to renegotiate with this country or dispose a leader in that country. And you might even be blaming the U.S. for some of this stuff. Or maybe it's just oil or something, or, it's this or it's that. But the truth is, it ultimately leads towards what is the hegemony? What is the world order? What will be the world order to service this new economy if this takes place? If this isn't a fraud, we build all of this stuff out, who is going to be in charge of it? And you might be from Europe thinking, well, we don't want the U.S. to do it. We want us to do it, or we want this European country to do it, or whatever. But the truth is that it's more of a loose conglomerate of the West versus the East. And who are our partners in the East, and who are the partners of the East and the West, right? Does the East have partners in the West too? And you kind of almost like a whip or a sergeant, drill sergeant or something, right? Or even just a sergeant in the army or whatever. That's their job, right? They disseminate hand out orders and whip people into shape to carry out the orders of people from above. And that's how power works, basically, right? So even right now, when you see countries in Europe saying prepare for war, it's been an ongoing thing for a period of time. If you look at manufacturing industrial build-outs for literal buildings, you figure that stuff's gone moon vertical. And how did we get to that point? That's a lot of meeting people. It's a lot of, hey, we have IP theft. We've got this going on, an AI revolution, internet revolution. That shit takes years. So this stuff started 2010, probably 2010. Maybe the decision-making finished 2015. The dry run was COVID. COVID was everything you needed to see if a world war broke out for shortages, in terms of shortages. And can we get here and there? Can we get someone to make us something? Or are we completely dependent upon China, basically? Or are there satellite countries? Or are we dependent upon Vietnam and Philippines? And if China were to take those countries over, do we lose that manufacturing capability? And so you start looking at our treaties for favored nation status for manufacturing, and you see that China's got their hands in all of that shit too. So this is a big thing. It's big. Now, does that mean we actually go to war, or that you're preparing for war in Europe? This is to your point, Spicy. Does it mean we go to war? Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily culminate in war. We have other examples where it did not. We have other examples too where we can do proxy wars, or we can do blockades. There's lots of different ways to go, cold or hot war, or how, but the point being is, more importantly is, will the West give that up? And the answer is no. The West will not give that up until they are defeated, basically. They would need to be defeated. So it's important to know, to realize, or to be aware of that stuff, even if you disagree with it, or should we be doing this, or should we be doing that, or why are we doing this so blatantly? We have examples of why in the past and how we've done those things. History is clear as day that these things happen, and they've happened many times in the past. We might be smarter or how we have these things happen, but when you're reading people's feelings, thoughts, or what they like or dislike about this stuff, or maybe they say, well, they were doing it for these other reasons, or it's to get Trump rich or something. I'm sure those can all live together. Is Trump trying to get rich? Probably.
So according to a Punchbowl News report, a bipartisan group of senators will meet to discuss
a rat
crypto market
race
structure
for wealthy and powerful people to be positioned for this outcome, or for whatever the outcome might be. Probably. How does it impact the stock market? Or when does it come to a head? I don't know. War is usually pretty good for our stock market unless it's something major. It's kind of like this Maduro thing. I was asked a few weeks ago what I think about what's going to happen, and made a few comments. I was like, yeah, you're going to get China. We crossed the red line. They said that about a week or two ago. We crossed the red line with acknowledging Taiwan as a government. And then what did China do? They did another exercise blockade exercise outside of Taiwan to show their displeasure. More talk that came out was that I remember I said we're either going to invade Venezuela just after OPEX, or we will have a way to depose of Maduro if you don't see the invasion just after. And we did just that, didn't we? We swooped in and took him out just after OPEX, right? And they had another way to do it, so they did it the other way. If you look at the efficiency and speed at which that took place, it harkens back to the fourth largest army in the world being defeated quickly. And a lot of like Americans and a lot of people don't ever travel outside of resorts or where they live, or can't grasp scale. Scale is a hard thing to grasp unless you are very well traveled, that you see things that are huge in person. If you see this here and this there and that there and this there, to see the vastness of scale. And I think that it also talks about like Ukraine had a 3-day operation that's still going on in Ukraine, or Russia with Ukraine, and this operation took 3 hours. So even today, when you see the will and might of the West, it's big. It's not to be fucked with or nor trifled with. I think like the biggest air force in the world is the U.S. Air Force, right? The next largest is the Navy. The next 5 combined are not larger than the top 1 in the world. That's how big the U.S. is. So do I think we're going to World War III? Probably not. But you also have to remember that the risk that the risk isn't in averting nuclear war. It's not allowing us to get to the point where they can compete in nuclear war. So you kind of like, you blunt, like if you're like both in a ladder, you need to go to the top of the ladder, you kick the legs out from the other ladder when you can. And I think that even holds true with China. That you can't allow them to get to the point where they can wage an on equal footing war. No American, and I'm a literal bleeding heart Democrat. No American in this country should at any point hope that hope or not even, I don't know if I'm wording that wrong. No American, if you're an American citizen, you should not think that how do I word this properly? There are like nice ways and hard ways to do things. They're going to do the nice way or hard way to not allow China to be on equal footing with the United States of America. The U.S. will do that, and the West in general will do that, and they'll tell their citizens whatever their own citizens need to hear, even if they make each other look like the bad guy. You have to understand that that's going to happen, and whether it's through being whipped into shape to do that, or being forced, or it's through invasion or removing your
U.S. Department of Energy announces $2.7 billion to strengthen American uranium enrichment.
And who do you place your bets on? I mean, you want to be the nice guy as long as you possibly can. But there is a point where you say, there's going to be a point where they're on equal footing. And I guess the bigger question becomes, who do you want to rule the world? Do you want China to rule the world? You should ask yourself that in the mirror. Be like, do I want China to rule the world? Do I want to live under that system for the future? And I don't think the West wants to. I spent a lot of time in the East, and it's not just, it's not, I hate saying it like this because it shouldn't be like this for an individual. But even just, Confucius and Aristotle, it's about 2 different ways of thinking. And they're neither is wrong. It's just 2 different ways of thinking. You can see it in very simple things like stop signs and driving on the left-hand or right-hand side of the road to some extent. And we shouldn't use that as an example, but you can see it in philosophy. And the West won't give in to that. The West is not going to say, well, I shouldn't do this because it's unethical for my values, at the expense of allowing China to be on equal footing with me. people are going to play dirty. The East is playing dirty, particular China in particular, is playing dirty, right? Or has been playing dirty for many decades. So there comes a point where they're going to feed it to us with a teaspoon and sugar in it, like a medicine we don't want to eat. Give your mom and your kid try to sweeten up your medicine, and then sometimes they're going to shove it down your fucking throat and say, "Sorry, kid, that didn't work. We're going to hit you with a needle." And I really think that the politics right now and policy is very similar. I'm a bleeding heart liberal. Right? When I start looking back on democratic regimes, I see the same thing as the MAGA regime right now. It's just coded differently, which sucks to say. But I think that's the reality. I think that's something where I just posted something in the Discord about this, where I went skiing the past few days, right? I'd skied 2 days, and I was at a place where it was expensive to be. It was like the fucking Vale of the Midwest. It's not the best mountain in the world, and I wouldn't normally be there unless it makes sense for me, which it did. It's close. I didn't have to fly. I could drive home if my daughter needed me. But this was like the Midwestern place, and I was having lunch 2 days. Actually, one day it was opera, and another day it was lunch. And I spent time with 3 guys I didn't know on the operas, just 3 men. Their wives and kids were off doing their own thing. And then the next day I was having lunch with a bunch of parents. And I asked them pointed questions about, not pointed, but not political based, but just like, hey, are you MAGA? Are you Democrat? Like simple questions. And then I asked them like pointed questions like, do you think that AI is going to take everyone's job? Do you think we're going to war? What do you think about this stuff? And it was fascinating to see. It was fascinating to get answers from these people. Their answers were consistent across politics. They were quite consistent, and there was a lot of head in the sand, like awareness of the dangers ahead, but not necessarily the acknowledgement of how quickly this could take place. Do you see it in 100 years? See it 50 years, 30 years, 20 years? How about 2 to 5 years? How about 10 years? And it was fascinating to see that there's awareness, but head in sand at the same time. That I found shocking. Unease across the board. Every person I spoke to was uneasy. No one wanted to acknowledge timelines being faster than they think. No one wanted to acknowledge or even discuss. There was even resistance to discussing, hey, if this happened, what would your plan be? I found that I understood that. People have a hard time. People have a hard time like accepting.
Saudi Arabia sets February Arab light crude oil official selling price to northwestern Europe at minus 35 cents a barrel. Ties Brent settlement. Also, Saudi Arabia sets like February Arab light crude OSP to US at plus $2.20 a barrel versus ASCI.
And I get that. I do. I understand that. A lot of veterans, if you're a veteran out there of a war, you've been to a war zone or I don't know, something that's been, we get deployed to all kinds of shit, right? Military does. If you've ever been to like a true third world country, you've seen things that you're like, I've never seen that in the United States, or I've never seen that where I'm from. And if you saw that as accepted in the U.S., it would be wild, right? But when you see those things, you don't become desensitized to it, but you're open to those outcomes in the world, right? That shit happens everywhere like that. So, anyways, to your point there, Spicy. Yeah, they're preparing for war, bro. It's clear as fucking day. It was like
Also, Saudi Arabia sets February Arab light crude oil official selling price to Asia at plus 30 cents a barrel versus Oman Dubai average.
You know what it reminds me of is like the flock cameras. If any of you guys following that stuff, where like you got like a child, they're giving, or not they, toy makers are making AI based toys for children. This is something that's connected to the internet, something that could monitor your voice, monitor video. They can install cameras on these toys. We're giving up all of our privacy, right? All of it, like all of it. We're giving it all up, and we're okay with it because as a society, we're okay with it. We're allowing it to happen. All of society is allowing this to happen. So I think preparing for war is very similar to that. Like everyone knows it's happening, but no one wants to admit that it's happening, and everybody's playing along with it. There are flock cameras everywhere, right? Flock cameras can see inside your house where you're standing. They can listen to you passively. They can listen to you, like if you're like walking down the road from a flock, you drive by them every day. They're being installed all over the place. Palantir is putting software into police cars where they can check where you do your banking, where you just spent money at. They don't do this. Police normally don't do this, but they have the ability to do it. As Americans, we're giving up all of our privacy. We're doing it right now, everybody, and no one said no to this stuff. No one said no to AI or robotics or data centers or the energy that build out for this kind of stuff. This is shocking, huge, serious things. I mean, if this stuff's if it's all a fraud, it's going to be the biggest fraud in history. If it's not the largest fraud in history, the outcomes compound. The jumps in technology, the jumps in AI are not like a line like this, a plane like this. It's like flat, boom, new discovery, boom, flat, boom, new discovery, and they're exponentially bigger. So while we're all watching all this happen, it's like I realize that people don't want to acknowledge the finer details of this stuff, but it's happening. It's happening whether you want it or not. If you're in another country, you're being forced into it, right? If you're in a country like China, you don't have a choice. You're being told we're going to invest in this, invest in that, invest in this. If you're in the U.S., you have a corporation forcing you into it today, right? You have a representative democracy today. We have a representative democracy, but we still have the build out taking place here in the U.S. We're still ramping to that meetup of which government is going to service this new economy and building out that economy, and also the military build out as well to service the governments that service that economy. So I don't know what to say about that stuff. Yeah, I agree with that, Goliath. It's it's hard to I don't know. It's hard to cope with sometimes. It frightens my wife. I spoke to my wife about this recently, and it's not easy. Yeah, the weird part is like we joked about it. We were like, well, we're getting older. We're gonna be like the boomers. Well, I got mine. It didn't happen to me, but of course, we're both very empathetic people, and don't believe that I got mine. It's fascinating just to see that everybody's aware of it. Like no matter what your politics are, no matter what you think out there, everyone's on board. Basically, even if they are dissenting, they're still on board. Even if you're just dissenting, you're still on board. As of today, people are on board around the country or not the country, but the world, either as a sitting under a dictatorship or sitting under a representative democracy. There has been no like, I was trying to look at the outcomes. I was like, yeah, there could be a disaster that could rein in the development of AI or controlled. It would need to be a disaster around the world of some kind. Like, I don't know, you erase all the financial markets around the world or something, would do it, something like that. Or AI starts something horrendous. The only other thing would be like fraud. If there's fraud, that could do it. War would do it too. Like World War could make a decision as to who's going to control that stuff. Or some kind of a leadership comes together maybe around the world, has some kind of a summit. We had that in nuclear summits, right? Where you bring all the players and you say, okay, we're going to limit this and you're going to control this and you're going to control that. We're not going to allow this to be out in public. There's even real tight restrictions on just developing nuclear power, right? There are big restrictions on that around the world too. So, and we don't have that right now with AI, do we? Let's just say we don't. You see it everywhere. You see it with like Greenland, Greenland for the minerals, right? And also a connection between Europe and the U.S. You see it with manufacturing in Mexico. You see it with South America and Central America. You can actually even see it with Iran right now, right? When I was in Iraq, they said oil was an acronym for oil, Israel, and logistics. The L was the big one, logistics. So you need a foothold in the Middle East. You need a foothold in Southeast Asia. You need a foothold in South America, Central America, Mexico. You need a foothold in input for manufacturing in the West. You getting that, right? And we get light sweet crude in the U.S. You get the sludgier stuff in South America. It's all like all the pieces are fitting, right? And it's ultimately to find out who's gonna service, or what government's gonna service artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, quantum. Even though that's not really a profitable thing, but it'll still be there. What government's gonna service that stuff, and who's gonna control it? And there's no way that the East and West can control that unless there's a stalemate of some kind. Not that I can see. I think ultimately it ends into more pain than less pain. You got it. There it is. I don't think we go down here. I think we just grind. Maybe we can get down a little bit. But you can see right now, just a heads up, that the half-hour and hourly trigger is moving higher and higher as time passes. We're flat correcting right now. I've got us going down into Tuesday, but it's possible we don't. It's 150 right now. We'll take a look. Let's take a look at this stuff really quick. Hey, I'm up almost 1% right now. Woo! 1% in one day. Yahoo! Man, we do 1% a day. Just go up 1% a day for 250 days for the year. That'd be a pretty big return on the year. We haven't done a single option, just owning. Let's take a look real quick at this new time period here. And we're not correcting down right now. Let's go look at the trigger screen. So I was looking early morning for some kind of a sharp correction down here, sweep down, go higher, but we are flat correcting right now. Do you see it? We're not losing support here. And we have a little bit of spot up, vol up going on right now in the background. We have vol compression, but let me just show you that really quick. You see the volatility here? What's fascinating about this is volatility is rising and stonks are going up. Now, this can be good and bad. There is potential for the market to squeeze and then get slammed. Spot up, vol up. There is also the idea that, or not slammed, excuse me. like market squeezes, right? Then volatility drops. So that would be like something like, how do I show this? This would be the spot up, vol up trade, right? Spot up, vol up. And then a slow grind higher, right? With volatility dropping in the background. Or we slam up and then volatility up, but then it's violence to the downside. Let's go back and look at that. Nope, wrong one. Trigger screen right here. That would be where we get the volatility push higher, and then the market rolls as volatility continues to go up. These things don't usually end well one way or another, even if price is going up. But in fascinatingly about this, check this out. We went up this morning. S&P went up. SP went up, and volatility went up into the open this morning. So we actually got an upside move in SPY, and we got volatility going up. So volatility goes up, SPY going up right now. It's almost like spot up, vol up, right? We had that this morning. You can see it in VIX 9-day. And there's also some danger here with this. There's some good news here on the flip side of this. If we don't do spot up, vol up, and you see volatility go down, that would mean that we would see SPY go up, right? So a little mix of spot up, vol up, and a little potentially a little mix of vol down, spot up too. So both look pretty good at the moment. So let's take a look at SPY again. Take a look at this. So here's SPY, and what this is saying right now is, well, maybe we can just go up here, spot up, right? Then if vol continues higher, you then have the bloodbath down here, and then up like this. Make sense? So you get volatility raging up here. It would be something like volatility is raging. We're going higher with volatility, make a new all-time high, and then when volatility goes too high, we bloodbath down here. Rather than doing this here down and then this up here, right? So kind of the opposite. Now let's take a look at what we can see right here. We're gonna go to a 4-hour. Let's go to the weekly really quick. And we knew earlier today that velocity was good. Velocity was really good. Hourly velocity was very bullish, even though we're looking to roll. Not roll, but like close the gap down here. Volatility looks great. We also have this right here. This is that 4-hour candle. Make that yellow. We're going to look at an hourly basis here. I'm going to show you these real quick here in just a second. This will become a 4-hour soon enough. This area here will become a 4-hour soon enough. This will become a 4, not quite yet, but soon. And the big question, or two big things we know, is that we've beaten all of this stuff here, right? The second tick down right here. This one, right? And here is our next target. Well, then we got this target we still haven't gotten over, and then we got this one right here, and then we get the all-time high, 1, 2, 3. These are 3 major inflection points on an intraday basis. The bigger question here is, did we lose this to go down here and sweep? No.
According to shipping data, sanctioned oil tankers that sailed from Venezuela in recent days are not registered with any known nation flag registry. Sanctioned oil tankers have no current ship safety certification cover in place.
Here's the Friday, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. on Friday. So we didn't check all this yet. We haven't been back to check any of this. We didn't lose Monday to roll down here to back check Thursday and Friday, did we? Nope. And this could take until Wednesday to do. We could do this on Wednesday at 2 p.m. We don't need to do it today. We can actually go up here, knock all that out, and then swing down if we hold this. So the big thing here is probably that, like, where's that 690, 689.50, and then this is 690.83. So for an expectation for tomorrow, I would like to see that new high right there. That new high right there. And then would like to see the sweep down lower or going higher. We're not going to roll. Nope. Back to that one right there. So you got 1, 2, and 3, and then the knock. Distribution, distribution. Knock that one down. The idea here would be we would have to lose this. This is 690 right here, 6,900. We would need to lose this to begin the roll. I would say we're buying this to get up here. Your half hour is coming up right now. Your hourly is coming up. Even if you wick this, you'd be buying dips here. Looking to buy dips right now on 687.91, 686.18. And then you'd get the full hourly velocity up and cranking. Leave that right there. This is 7 a.m. on Tuesday. So opening bell, look to sell Tuesday. If we're gonna keep grinding this, and then the roll down. If you're looking for the dip to buy, it's lower. It's down here. I would even say it's down here. I mean, I'd love to flush all this. To be honest, I would love that fucking flush down there. But I don't know if we're going to get it. Because you know what I'm worried about here is, not really worried, but that we catch the all-time high. And it becomes, then you grab it down there, and then we're out of here. Let's look at this. I don't see that happening, though. I don't see that happening. I think you're lucky if you get this one here at this point. The failure up here. One. There's one, right? That's all one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you don't actually come back down here until later. Oh. And there's the sweep. OpEx sweep. Jan OpEx. This is NFP right here. Sell NFP. One, two, three. Grind, grind. There's your hourly trigger. Smash. This only needs to go up just a hair. Smash, smash, and then smash. Smash, 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 and then down. The only thing I would say about this stuff is don't become a seller unless we're losing the hourly trigger. It's the same as usual. You're looking to buy these dips, looking to buy that dip. Put down here. Maybe I should move this over a little bit. There's that half hour. Then that hourly trigger will be there. There's your half hour right here. There's your hourly right there. Something like this. You can kind of see that half hour coming up right now. And that one should be over there at that point.
Venezuela's Rodriguez has been sworn in as acting president.
So half hour trigger. Roll down. Hit that one. Roll down. Hour comes up. Hit that one. And then up. Half hour, hour trigger. We missed. We take that one out. Back down right there. And take that one out right there. Up, down, up, and then down. I just don't know if we can get all the way down there. Maybe that's your Friday plunge NFP. It's Friday 9 a.m. That makes sense. By the dip on NFP. There's NFP down there, and then fade the reaction on NFP like 10 a.m. Grind, 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 grind. Dump NFP. Buy NFP. Reaction at 10 a.m. Then we're up and out of here. New all-time high. Trying to see if there's any like flushing in here that's big, but I don't see it. Let's look at it in 1 minute. There's the half-hour trigger right there. There's the hourly trigger. Half hour will be up here soon. Looks like buy the dip on tomorrow's low, opening low. Buy calls in the open low. That's what it looks like. What do I think of Widowmaker? Mm. Why is it not working?
Greenland's PM says we are working on strengthening the dialogue with allied countries and with NATO. So again, that's Greenland's Prime Minister Nielsen. Greenland's Prime Minister says we are trying to establish a direct line with Washington.
This is natural gas here. It's not done going down. This fucker squeezed in here, though. It's similar setup. Yeah, ripped faces off. It's saying the low is not in yet. You are on the monthly trigger right now. 4, 7, and 11, right? You can see that they bought this right here. This is the natty place to buy futures right here. They bought it right here. They bought it right here, so the thesis would be that you're either going to hit this one, you're either going to hit that one. For the breakout, or this one right here. We're kind of there. Are you still here, Maddie? Matt Quella, you still here? There's two ways to look at this. You ready? This is the instigation of the trade here, back in August 26th. So you got natty here and natty here. And you're getting the same buyers stepping in now, thinking this is it, which it can be. They're either right here or they're down here. So they'll make an attempt there and here. So you either catch the breakout roughly where we are. I don't know if you get getting above this or not, though. You won't be able to tell that until we break out. The trade is good for, trade is good to hear. You'd need to have a breakout and a back test with a new high to cancel this. Otherwise, it'll roll back down and hit the bottom one down here. It's bullish for now. The problem that I have here is velocity is shitty still. Can't tell if you've put in the low yet on velocity on a daily basis. See it right here. We got a new low down here, grinding down here. You can see it right there. We had like the fake breakout here and then down. It's very similar, like sell it and then one more ramp up. So it should look something similar like this. False breakout, down, and then up and away. But I think it's fine buying it right now. I think that's a good long trade, and I think this is a good long trade here. This is not... I was looking at Boyle earlier. Looking to see if Boyle was breaking out. It's triple leveraged. If that was the case, it'd be, squeeze that shit up and then back down again. That's at, I would expect that's $15. Natural gas looks bullish in the short term. Medium term, I can't tell you if they break out or not. I would think that they're going to come back down and go lower for one more low. Do you understand what I'm saying there? Yeah. I think it's fine to be long right now. I just don't know if you get the breakout now or not. Or if it gets sent back down to the gutter again one more time. I can see two instances where they broke out once and the other side they did not. If you're looking for a new long, I'd be trying to buy not this 1 hour here, but or either until the half an hour and the hour get up here. We could grind this, grind. Then these guys come up here. 9 a.m. low would be nice to buy tomorrow. Be patient. Let them flush everybody out. Or let momentum come up. You might get one more low on gas. It'd be for maybe half a day. There might be like one localized low left on natty gas, but that's Russian. Sorry about that. You might get down to like 320, 327. You'd be fucking around down there for a minute. Not that it matters. Natty gas doesn't care about any indicator. I disagree with that. I spent a couple of years trading UGAS and DGAS. It does fairly well with indicators. If you watch it on it does fairly well. It's fairly kind of predictable. You can watch this here. This is SPX coming back down into the pin of 6,900. I'm losing a little bit on Ford right now. Done. I didn't look at cold. Natty gas is fucking wild. It reminds me of like silver. How silver comes up out of the depths of hell and just all of a sudden starts fucking going vertical. We haven't seen that before either, right? Flush it. Give it the old flusheroonie in here.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at around $2.14. Gasoline February futures at around $1.72. WTI crude February futures settle at $58.32, which is up $1 or 1.74%. And natural gas February futures settle at around $3.52.
Amazon is releasing an Alexa AI chat that will allow users to talk to Alexa. I have that in my house right now. I was asked by Alexa like a week or two ago, or told by Alexa that there was AI in the chat. I almost ripped the fucking dots out of my house, wherever they're called. I don't know what they're called, but it's already known. Dude, flush this shit down. A little bit of flush. Down there. You've had it too, Demi? Yeah, it said something to me in my. I was listening to jazz or some shit, and it was like, I listen to jazz when I cook, and it was like, oh, well, Alexa's now has AI if you want to ask any questions. It's been at least a couple weeks. It's public now, I guess. I'm looking at a bunch of nat gas stuff. I don't see any key events. One-day chart. It's been up since this morning. Yeah, I do too, Demi. It asked me. It could have been a month ago. It was recent. It asked me. I was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna take this. I know it listens. I'm on the fence right now. I keep talking to my wife about it. I think it listens more than it used to. I think it's listening more. I noticed that the red or the yellow light comes on more frequently than it used to. We game it. We game like YouTube and we game Lex often. I'll be like, because we see the ads come out. I'm like, I don't need that. And then I'm like, talk to my wife about it, and then I'm like, let's start talking about something. I think we'll be watching like a commercial or something, and we're like, what the fuck is that? Like we were just discussing that something from the news or something, and all of a sudden the AI is like, oh, they need this. Oh, it listens longer because it's having a conversation. I noticed recently that it listens longer. I can see the yellow band showing longer and longer, and I'm like, this fucking thing. It listens to my whole house. I was just thinking too. I was like, what am I getting? Not getting. So I'm building out a new office, and I was in the fence about a new router. I don't really need one. I've got two fiber connections in my house, and that was not easy to get. Oh, I got a couple things to tell you. This is all in the same AI thing. So, come on, flush this fucking thing. So, I'm building a new office, a large office with touchscreen TVs that are like 80-inch displays that I can walk up to and like go from stock to stock and see where they're all at. And I had to get, or a few months ago, I wound up getting 2 separate fiber lines into my house. And it was not easy. ATT, none of these companies want you to have 2 lines separate, like separate accounts, paid for separately. Go try to get that in your house. They're going to be like, no. And I was wondering why that was the case. And what I did was, when I was traveling to Boston, I booked my hotel on one fiber line, booked my airline on one fiber line and my hotel on a different fiber line, and I checked the prices against each other. And sure enough, after I bought the airline ticket on one fiber line and then tried to get the hotel on the same fiber line, it was like an extra $150 a day. And when I ordered the hotel on the other fiber line, it was $150 cheaper. And I know people talk about that, but they don't have the physical evidence in front of them. So I was a little blown away by that, of course. I was like, it was so drastically different in pricing that I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, so we don't book stuff on our phones. Like, my wife and I look at our phones and view them as probably the most polluted device you can do anything on. Like, the most highly tracked keylogin, disgusting thing out there is probably your handset. They know everywhere you go, everything you're doing. There aren't a lot of controls on handsets. Yeah, caca, dude. So with the 2 lines in the house, I can clear as day see the difference in surge pricing and also manipulation of what we're all paying out there for things. And then there's some more surge pricing where if you go back to it a second and third time, they'll raise the prices. Have you guys heard that too? Like, when you're going to look for something to buy on the internet, you should buy it the first time if you can. Yeah, and when you return, they even raise the prices even more. So we've been using our internets to buy things or make reservations separately frequently. At any rate, I was looking to get a new router. Is it Ubiquity or something? I almost bought it the last time, but I said no. But I don't need it. I thought I needed it to have 2 routers. I'm just using the ATT router for the other line in because I use it passively on this other computer, so it doesn't really matter. And everyone else uses Wi-Fi. But the reason I was saying that was because is it Ubiquity? I don't know if it's Ubiquity. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Hold on here. It's I don't see it in here for some reason, but maybe because I don't need it. Anyways, whatever that Ubiquity thing is, you can do all your own. Is it PoE or whatever? So like I could switch out all my not all, but most of my security is done through either Alexa or something Alexa compatible. Like when I got the Ring doorbell, I think we have Ring. Yeah, and then I got like the thermostat, and I got all the I don't know, the dots and shit. I got like the round ones and the balls and stuff, and I think if I switch to Ubiquity, if it's I don't know if it's Ubiquity, but is it Ubiquity? You're wrong in this. Yeah, it's Unify. Ubiquity Unify. I wouldn't need to use Alexa anymore. Oh, there's Doug on it. Should I call him right now? Jesus Christ. Let me see if I can call him. Hold on here. Fuck. Okay, so I have during rollout, not all users are eligible, but I am eligible for web. Okay. You got it. New meeting. You want people to see and hear you in the meeting? Yes. Okay. Oh, I guess I'm being rolled out the new add others. Hold on here, let me check this. They thought I had. I can see what they think the head thing had a bald spot in the back of my head. A little bit of weakness here in spoos. Come on down, come on down, come on down. It's a pretty big ask, right? I fucking bought Nike the other day, and everyone on Wall Street Bets was like, dude, he was wearing a pair of Nikes. It's going up. I'm like, yes. Nike just hit a high of 65.37 this morning. I saw that, La Director. I saw that, dude. I saw the steering wheel shaking too. I saw the shaking steering wheel in the BMW. A little bit more, just bleed a little bit more, a little bit more blood. No, wrong way. More blood, just a little tiny bit. Wrong way, Spoos. Up here and then down. You go down, 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 so I can buy some calls. No. A little bit more, dude. Come on. You don't even want to touch it? That's so close. Look at how close it is, bro.
CBS report that the US plans to interdict tanker carrying Venezuelan oil.
I thought that was him. I wasn't sure if that was you, bro. I didn't want to call you. I thought that was you. I thought that was you. I just want to make sure. Okay. Now I know why you guys think I have a fucking bald spot behind my head, because you think it's hidden by the fucking black thing back here. There ain't no goddamn bald spot in my head. My head is beautiful. No, someone was like, I think he's got a bald spot in the back of his head. It's just because I part my hair right here, so it looks weird on camera. So they probably think there's a big bald spot back here. Someone said that I looked like I was covering. No, you can't. There's no fucking bald spot on my head. Invite sent. Take your shirt off. We'll see if we can get Chris here for CES. I think we're a little bit late. It's weird. I look like my skin looks rough, but I have been skiing, so It was blowing cold. It was like minus wind chills of like -20.
Brent crude futures settle at $61.76 a barrel, which is up $1.01 or 1.66%.
It didn't help Nike though. No, I'm here. Oh yeah, baby.
Going on?
Hello,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think the whole show can hear you. Let me just check it. Say something.
Yeah, it's pretty loud out here.
Say hold on.
I can't read the chat. I'm standing in line, so.
Hold on here. Oh yeah, there we go. So this is our boy Doggone It. Oh shit, hold on a second here, bro. Hang tight here. How do I do this?
Elevator.
Adjust view. Hang tight 1 second, brother. Nope.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, before I show you on screen here, where are you at right now, Doggone It?
I'm in line at the Nvidia conference. Here, I'll show you kind of how much of a mess it is here. 2,000 people for, I think, an event that only holds 3,500. Like 10,000 people showed up.
여기가 또 있어요.
7,000 people trying to get in right now.
Yeah, something like that.
Are there scalpers with tickets outside or no?
Yeah. Everyone wants one of these things right here.
What do you got? Show us what you got.
Yeah, some GA. First time I had a big GA. Yeah, I know. Feeling special.
You feeling special today or what?
Oh yeah.
What are your wish lists for Bill to speak about today?
I'm curious to hear sort of what his plans are beyond just like the current processors they have. The B200, B300, they're leading ones. So I'm curious to see what he says about that. I'm guessing he's going to talk about AGI and how far we are away from that. Also curious to see what he does because I can see someone just said the stock is profit taking right now. It's been going down all day.
Now it's just flat, bro. Right on the edge.
Yeah, there's two parts to this right now. There's this, the keynote, and then he's going into CES itself for another thing at I think it's 4:00 your time. So
yeah, you said that there's two of them, right?
Yeah, there's two separate events. I almost wore my leather jacket today, in solidarity, but
yeah, that's what I was wondering. Do you think they're going to talk about like Blackwell or Rubin or?
Is there what?
Like, do you think they're going to talk about AI infrastructure for data centers or?
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to do that.
What about robotic? I think you and I talked about this briefly, but I did see a big note from JPM saying they were looking forward to like robotics being one of the hot topics this year.
I think they are going to talk about that. I think they're going to probably talk about AI in vehicles. I think that's a big thing. So my guess is that's probably going to be a subject as well.
I was joking in the Discord saying hopefully they'll talk about Ford, but a new partnership with Ford.
Or in a suit, maybe they'll put them in Subarus.
Fuck yeah, Subies, baby. Goes to subs, baby.
Lesbarus, so they know so they know how to get to where they're going.
And what about do you think that they'll talk about industrial AI or anything like that, like in industry or robotics, like in that same robotics thing?
I don't know, honestly. I think I'm not expecting too much, honestly, in terms of that. I do think they're just going to reiterate a lot of the stuff they said before. There'll probably be like one, like Easter egg thing that'll. So I'll probably have an Nvidia option lined up on my phone in the middle of the conference. I'll be fat fingering that shit like right in the middle.
Do you think
the minute he says something, I'm gonna press the buy button.
right. Oh yeah, because you will have an advanced.
Yeah, because it won't hit financial news for like 10 seconds later, right?
Oh, dude, you gotta like keep us on audio when this fucking. You gotta keep us on. Just put your phone in your lap and let us listen to it.
Right.
And then the other crazy thing is that, or do you? One like far off thing. Do you think at all he would address personal computing, terminals instead of consumer level hardware? Or
I think they're going to talk about the Sparks, which is their small computer that you can have at home, so you have your own AI computing. Because a lot of people don't want to put everything in the cloud or use, there's all this
remotely, right? That because
it's always talk about like sovereign AI cloud. I mean, that's what I work in, where we have we have data centers that we help build out in other developing countries, and they don't want to rely on clouds that are owned by large companies and by other nations as well. So anyway, I think there's going to be a push towards like consumer level AI. So your own AI, computing at home. And I think that one product they have right now is called I think it's called the Sparks. I'm not too familiar with it because it's not something we deal with too much, but I think they'll probably talk about that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you don't think is it Sparks or is it no?
You have to look up the name. There's a poster of it here. I just saw it. It's been announced a little bit ago. It's only a few $1,000s, but it basically allows you to do a lot of your own AI compute at home. Look at look how crazy this is right now. Like, this is like worse than a Taylor Swift concert, probably.
Swifties, Wongies.
I'd rather be hanging out with Swifties though. A little cuter of a crowd.
Let me ask hey, Discord, do you have any questions? Looks like the Discord's saying that they want you to at least keep the audio on so we can listen. They want to do 0 dates.
I feel like a real asshole here because like I'm yelling and I don't have AirPods in.
Oh, you don't have AirPods? Can you put the AirPods on or no?
No, I'm like yelling and your speakerphone's on full blast. I'm just that asshole in the middle of the line yelling.
There's like thousands of people watching them right now. All the people behind you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at this thing.
Oh yeah.
It really is like a concert.
How soon until it begins?
I mean, look at it. Madness. People are getting stampeded here right now.
They're all rushing right now, aren't they?
They're all rushing. Yeah. They all want to buy their options
right now. Is that like a snake pattern? What is that?
It's literally, yeah. I think they anticipate how many people are coming, so they snaked everyone around, and then they push people out of the hotel, out of the Fontainebleau here. So,
the Fontainebleau.
Yeah, the Fontainebleau. Yes. This hotel is actually failing, so this is probably great for them.
I bet it's huge for them.
Yeah, but anyway,
is the one in Miami failing or no?
Yeah. I mean, it's got the colors and everything. I stayed here once before when it first opened here in Vegas. It's a nice hotel. It's just they're not doing very well. I mean, as you know, Vegas isn't doing very well in general. So
yeah, Vegas is tough right now. But Miami's doing good, right? Or Miami Fontainebleau is doing good, isn't it? Or no?
Miami's doing all right. I know Miami real estate is not doing so well, but I think a lot of people, it's the natural like Nexus getaway for New York, finance in the winter. So I personally know a lot of friends that are in Miami right now for the winter that usually are in New York.
How do you feel about? I like Miami. I love it. Matter of fact, I need to go down there soon. Before winter is over, I'm gonna go down there. I was gonna stay at Le Fontainebleau. Le Fontainebleau.
That's a classic hotels. I mean, that's like
it's old school.
It's old school. Yeah, it's been there for forever.
Forever. It was called something else before, wasn't it? It was like famous for.
Yeah, I forget the name of it, and it's right next to. Well, the Soho Beach House is right there too. Like it's like next to where they join in the middle, and
do they have a Moxie next door where you can break in and just use the pool during the day? Uh-oh, we lost him.
Yeah. Hold on. I have there we go. I had an incoming call. Sorry.
That's fine. Are you what was
I have a business partner who's meeting up here, so he was looking for me. But
just if you need to shut the stream off at any point, just let me know.
no, I'm good right now. The only thing that is annoying is my arm is getting tired holding this thing up.
Yeah, no, we'll hang up here. All right, one last question for you. If how about we'll do something personal. How long have you been in Vegas? So at this on this trip, how long have you been there so far?
You asked me about your wife's boyfriend?
Yeah. When did your wife's boyfriend arrive to take care of everyone at the household?
Which one?
How long have you been in Vegas? Like a day?
She's got a few. No, what? Sorry, I didn't hear the question. What was it?
No. You got to remember, I was out this weekend. I was out at the ski operas. You should have seen him, man. It was bad.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you were out skiing with your daughter.
Yeah, I was skiing with the youngest and the wife, and I was hanging out in the lodges and stuff, and people were angry about the cost of living. Not particularly for themselves, but they were awares of the K-shaped economy for their kids and the general anger from younger people. With you being in Vegas,
yeah.
Do you think that did you feel it when you're there? Are you like conscious of what you're spending, or do you notice that?
Oh yeah, no, it's out of control. I mean, this is a business trip, so luckily we're able to write this off. But it's exorbitant, like the amount of the hotels here. I mean, I'm staying at a regular, like, call it a 4-star hotel, but I'm paying $900 a night for this conference, or my company is. So
my hotel for Sundance is $6,700 plus taxes for 3 nights, I think.
Hey, how you doing?
Something
Thank
stupid
you.
like that.
That's absurd. Oh, hey, we're walking in, guys.
All right, you want to let you go? Are you good?
No, I can go. Hold on until they tell me to set this thing off. Let's see what's going on.
Fuck yeah, dude. Just pretend you're a fucking influencer, bro.
I got a badge. Right here. Yeah, okay, all right.
You're in? Dude, that's all you needed was to show a piece of... Dude, we could have made a whole bunch of fake ones
where's your
and just got
badge?
in together.
Oh, man.
They didn't even scan it?
No, they did. Oh, there's hors d'oeuvres. Hold on. Can I flip the camera here?
Yeah, dude. Show us what's up,
Okay,
bro.
hold on,
Flip the camera.
How do I flip the camera here on this thing? Let's see. Here, I'll just flip it this way. Make life easier.
Flip the camera, Google Meet.
Hold up. They went all out here. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Bill Huang there, boys and girls. He was in there.
That's where your $5 trillion company is. A little crudité. I don't know.
Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah.
Jen.
He's splurging, bro. Yeah, I would. Dude, that's a nice little spread right there. They got cocktails or champers or what? Oh yeah, I'm looking for. Dude, just you finance influencer bro now. Oh my god, there's two of me on the screen here. My head back and forth. I'm doing both sides of doggone it right now. Hold on, doggone it. Dude, that's 4 hands going, bro. I don't know if you can see it here, but my screen is on
All right.
Is he
They got
being?
They got more stuff up here.
Can you guys hear him? Oh, they lost the audio.
Hey, it's pretty. General admission, third. All right. Oh, they're putting me in the nosebleeds.
That's because you've got the finance streamer shit going right now, bro.
Yeah.
They give you the nosebleeds. They don't want you too close.
No. All right. Going even further.
Do they have do they give you like is there like a GA admission, or did they sell you like a section on your pass or anything, or no?
Yeah, there's a GA admission. I think so. I think our company actually forgot to register for this initially, so I just registered on my own. But
yeah, whatever. This is
there's also media. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. I see these when we when we're training. Like I kind of put these on sometimes whenever he's speaking, and just kind of curious to see what it's like in person. I wasn't sure if I was really going to come to this one, but I was like, well, I'm here, and I want to see what the hype is about.
Yeah, I think it's different when you're in person too. I agree.
Yeah, and when we do sell their products, so.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna be
Gotta escalate.
He hasn't turn it around.
Can I come in through here?
Can you?
No.
No?
It's full.
Oh, it's full.
Yeah, it's that is full.
That one's
Yeah,
full.
we'll use the elevator for now, but then we'll use the escalator.
Are we just follow this guy?
Yes.
All right.
Cool.
Look at this.
Keep pushing, bro. You got this.
We're going down.
You totally have this.
Might have to reconnect with you here. I'm going into escalator or elevator.
You go on the
All right.
elevator?
Yeah,
All right,
I'm gonna cut off here. All
I'll call you back.
Sorry, excuse me.
All right, later. All right, so that was doggone it. We've got Nvidia right now is parked, right? I believe still parked. They still parked? Yeah, they're still parked. Been parked here for how long now? Since December 23rd. Yeah, we got reporters on the streets now, bro. I left him up in the background here. If we reconnect, we'll see if he has anything to say. That would be pretty fucking wild, right? Have even if we just did the audio of Bill Huang, we'd probably beat anything he says by the time it gets like through their reporting. Someone broke through an emergency exit door and security had to push them out. What? I mean, well, they didn't even, all they did, like, Doug on it just like walked up and they like waved him through. He was just like, hey, here's my pass over here. Like, that was more lax security than a concert. I mean, you basically could have just made another fucking, you could have had like a blank plastic something or other and just like trimmed it out and printed it. You'd be in. Spoo's recovering right now. Let me look at what is NVDA? I fucking hate trading this stock because it does this. Everybody's on goddamn calls on NVDA. It's been parked for how many days now? Look at it. They took the money and ran. I don't know why they took the money and ran there. They bought that. Just check this 4 hours on NVDA really quick. Oh, this is going to be a juicy fucking dip buy in NVDA. It's going to be a juicy ass dip buy. It's crazy. It's that NVDA is trading 187 right now, which is murder. $187 on the mother effing block. Yeah, I lost the volume on the other window. My audio is all fucked up right now. Streamlabs is doing this new AI audio thing, and it's super frustrating. $1 billion viewers outside. Woof. I didn't want to say that. Oh, the stock will pump. Yeah, we could do that. You could just start screaming it. I thought he sold out though. I thought that fucking the whole. I thought NWA is basically a bunch of sellouts now, or so they're saying. Spoo's trying to break back out here into the end of the day today. We need Bill Huang to save the market. We need doggone it to save the market. I remember Professor Griff. I remember Professor Griff. Let's see if we can break out here or not. God, I just want that one last plunge to buy calls for the close for NVDA. I just want like one more quick roll down and then whammo. Go vertical. My Ford's doing all right today. If they announce a partnership with Ford, oh yeah. Oh, you really do, Joey? Fuck yeah. What do you say? Security of the first world? I remember Professor Griff. When I was a kid, I thought he was the biggest gangster in the whole group because he wore the all black with the beret and shit. Yeah, he was always a badass. He was always like the bad motherfucker. And you never really heard him, did you? He was always just in the background. That's hilarious that you get calls for him. You still get calls. That's dope. I think that's rad. Come on, break out. I keep looking at Ford now. Ford's become my life. Oh, hell yeah.
And the data is really mission critical. I'm thinking about this idea of needing review once you have, like, more speed and other bottlenecks.
He's got a pretty good fucking seat in there. That's the pleb seats, dude? What do you... that looks good to me. That doesn't look too bad. He's saying it's the pleb... I'm just looking at a picture of him in the auditorium right now. Tell us, hold on, tell us any stonks that he mentions. Hold on. Post here any stonks. Any stonks he mentioned. Like Nvidia is partnering with Ford. It's been parked for how many sessions now? 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah, 23rd. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 fucking sessions and probably goddamn 8 holidays and weekends. So it's probably been parked here for 20 fucking days. God damn. When I was looking at the prior bull years, when the market really like took off, it's like a week away from today. It's not today. I'm betting this is a nothing burger. Well, if you look at all the prior like bull runs, first like week and a half of the new year is usually sideways. I'm hoping that's not the case this week. I came into this morning's show and I was like, fuck, what if we just drive sideways for the next 5 days? And you're going to hear everybody's still away on vacation. They're going to say, oh, no one's back on the street yet to sell. And then we got to sit around and fuck around until OpEx. Just really quick. A bipartisan group of senators will meet to discuss crypto market structure legislation on Tuesday. Says Goldman's back in the office again. Was their first midday yeah, CTAs are buyers. Everybody's a buyer right now. Vol Control Gang's a buyer. That's a note from Tyler Durden. This is USP, some risk shaking off weekend's events in Venezuela. I don't see this year. So I'm reading this last one here. It says, in terms of January seasonality, this tends to be the best month for tech and very supportive for gold and silver and US dollar. Two important caveats for the year ahead. One, the midterm election year tends to be the worst in the electoral cycle. I agree with that. But I don't think we see it this spring. I think we see it in the fall, the downstroke. And I think it's going to be bullshit. Two, we have had 3 consecutive strong years for equities. We have 4 in a row is rare, but not unheard of. I think this is a sideways year. It almost reminds me, I'll tell you guys something. It almost reminds me of 2022. I don't think it's going to be that bad, but it reminds me of 22. I'm afraid of something esque like sideways. We need to hold 640, but I think 5600 is likely in fall, or like late summer and then a recovery. If we can't get a new all-time high by the summer doldrums, it's gonna get messy. If you trade like 640, then come back up to 715ish, and you can't get it, then we roll down hard. Viciously. I'm still on the shitter on this stuff. Oh, you see it too? I saw it last week. I'm trying to finish up the year out expectations, and it was glaring. It's not quite 2022, but it looks a lot like it. I just don't know if it's. The only thing I don't know is, do we get like the January March high kind of stuff and then start selling, or like do we do like the 715 and then it looks a lot like 2022. I can't guarantee it's as deep as 22 was, but it's more sideways. Yeah, I bought him on stream. It's on the show right here. It says what my cost basis is. My average cost was $13.35. I'm going to try and keep the brokerage on screen every day if possible. You can see everything as it happens. What I'll try to do is I'll try to not place any trades against the account off stream. I don't want to, but I will make sure that I'm here to do the trades with you. It's gonna suck doing that, but I didn't want to buy it this morning, but I'm like, you know what? I'm like every time we get into like the best time to do shit, it's usually not on camera. I notice it all the time. I'm like, probably 30. No, it's not all the time. Like outside of the day trade and stuff, I often place trades outside of regular hours. like early mornings after a fucking report, like 4 a.m. You know, the usual suspects, right? Like fucking crack a goddamn dawn. I'm awake watching the market. Oh, it's bleeding down. Or it's after an earnings. I'll sometimes buy or sell, but we won't do that. We'll keep this. We'll do this just in RTH, so regular trading hours. We'll keep this account unless something fucking crazy happens. Then I'll just go live or something. We'll do it together. What do we got to do? So I started reading the rules. I started reading the rules for trading on Robinhood. I'm not completely familiar with them at this point. So give me like a day or two to see what we can and can't do with this account. I think also I have to switch it. I think this is a cash account. I'm not sure, but I think I got to switch it to a margin account. I think I have to be on margin too. So I got some shit to do in the background. I got like stuff I got to do. I think I got to switch. I think I got to be on margin to sell short too, don't I? I think I do. Don't quote me on that, but I think I got to sell short. I got to. Yeah, I got some like fucking I got to do some more reading. I got to make sure that we're doing this right cuz I don't want to be like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I know that Robinhood has its own rules. Like there's a lot of things in Robinhood that are not the norm everywhere else. So we'll just take it slow. I'm in no rush right now. And to sell calls on Ford, I would fucking love to sell Ford calls. Slightly higher, though. I'm a greedy fuck. I mean, I can see selling calls for tomorrow on Ford. But I think that Ford's going to go higher. I don't think Ford's done going up. Maybe for tomorrow. It's already breaking out right now. Let me just look at this really quick. Yeah, it's already breaking out right now. And it's already back tested. I want to fucking see $15. If this fucking thing traded $15, I would fucking sell shit tons of calls. Can you guys see this down here maybe? Here, we'll just leave that up right there. Maybe I can make it smaller. Give me like let me I'll try to work on the display view of this. Just not in stream. I've been dicking around with this all morning and I probably need to show more information on this, whatever this is here. I probably need to like spend some time so we can like go to the screen, do the shit together, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm watching UMAC. It should trade. Here, let me give you a target on UMAC. Yeah, I posted it earlier in the Discord. I posted UMAC this morning at 10:30, I think, or something like that, as a stock to buy. Not only that, but here, let me look at UMAC over here. I gotta put it on a higher frame. It's like UMAC's coming into a big breakout, like monster. I mean, just look at that fucking thing. I probably gotta hold on. End called for everyone. I got some stupid shit I gotta do here. Look at that fucking thing. You know where it wants to go, right? It wants to go party. It wants to fucking rip faces off. I mean, it's got another like, if it goes as high as it went, like, or if it goes on trend, that fucking thing goes on trend, right? It's gonna fucking move. It's ready for a monster breakout. Oh yeah, it's got a nice little cup and handle setting up there. Little pumperoonie, get above 1752. Back test for a nice close the gap underneath. Like you just need to get above 1748. Nice little back test, and then a sweeping fucking face ripper. It looks gorgeous. It needs to trade $19. That would be bomber on this pump. If it goes from $15 to $19, UMAC. Talking about UMAC right now. Klarna, contrarian call, 34 March. Let me look. Ooh, Klarna looks good too. Jesus, Klarna looks beautiful. Someone in the chat, someone in YouTube chat. Justin King just pointed it out. Nice call, nice shout out, Justin. $34C for March. Klarna does look like it wants to pump, right? It's had a series of lower lows on every back test except for this one. This is the first back test with no lower low on Klarna. Good eye on that one. I'm going to look at LEU. Looks great. I like that a lot too. It's got the same thing. It's the same setup. LEU is a good setup too. And it's got the gap to close above at 324. It's another fire trade. You got a giant gap to close. You got two gaps. You got a gap to close at 325, and then you got all kinds of gaps to close up in here. It's a nice fucking trade too, LEU. I'm gonna post for you in the Discord what should be a reasoning for we're always down in March. Here's the reason for it right here. So when is the so next Fed meeting is Jan 27, 28. That would mean that you'd likely get that cut that's being priced in or priced in. Let me just check one more thing here. So the yield is steady right now. The 6-month yield is steady, but it is bleeding. If it rolls, if the 6-month can roll lower. But you would then have what? You'd have Fed speaker come out and say, no more cuts for you. White House is gonna be pissed at that. Yeah, I agree with you on Nvidia too, Demi. Hold on here. Push that there. I mean, it's getting good. Daily Velo looks good right now. Daily velocity looks good to go up there and trade 198 and 205. I still think it trades 198, 205. I'm going to look at you. Unity looks good too. All these look good. I think the bigger question is when do we hit top? I think the bigger question is when is the top of the market for the winter or for January, February, or is it Jan, February, or March? Let me just see something really quick. When do we start fucking rolling this thing? There's a little bit of stalling going on too that I don't like. If you have like windows of when we can be, I would most definitely say I would most definitely say that if we can't, where's the daily trigger right now? Let me just check something here. Yeah, I would definitely say that. Just go back and look at something here. Just check something really quick. The only reason I think we can go up here is with Nvidia. Otherwise, I've got us buying a dip on morning tomorrow. Visionary. I've got us here at 9 a.m. or middle of the night or something over here somewhere. You know, there is something fascinating to be said here, which is just check something here real quick. I got a bunch of crap I got to look at here. If I had to say anything on this, I would say our best bet at going up here is we must hold the hourly. I don't think we can do another back test of the daily trigger. Maybe we can close the gap, but I doubt it. I'll give like the gap fill would be the only bearishness that I can see. What is that? 683. Right down here. Like we can lose this right here. We can do a quick shot down here, but that's it. If that hourly trigger starts falling down and we start rejecting, it's over. It's Jover. I don't even like going underneath the hourly trigger. We can, I just don't like it. If we could go down there for like a brief moment, maybe in the overnight or something to close that stuff out, but I don't like it. I kind of feel like we have a small window here. I think I'll be honest with you guys, 100% here. Like, I don't think that the market can go back to test the daily trigger where we are currently. I don't think that it can. Like where we are today, I don't think we can go down there. We can go down there, maybe close the gap, but that's it. If I start seeing like the daily or the hourly trigger turning down and shit like that, we're like so late in year that I mean it's a new year, but we're so late in like this trade that like I don't see it. Like I don't like the time here is pressing. Like I think you're middle of the road, right? Your middle of the road is Feb OpEx. So you got the other end of the bell curve in March. You have the short end of the bell curve right now where we are. You did a back test. You did a full back test of the daily trigger with a low in the second. So that should be the last back test. There should be no back test of the daily trigger. Zero. We should be either selling a high or we're gonna start rolling. So I'm not seeing like the maybe we close the gap. That's about it. That really is all I see. There aren't many choices here. Like seasonal weakness is every fucking year. I looked on it already. So we're either gonna start squeezing, spot up, vol up, and then roll and sell on a high, whatever that is. If it's 700, 695, 715, I don't care. Or we start selling. So oh, you want to see it? Yeah, hold on a second. I'll bring it over here. Yeah, I'll put it on the show. There's no MOC right now, but I'll bring it on the show. Hold on. No problemo. You guys want to see it? I'll put it right here for you. It changes too. It's not MOC is not just one number. It normally like comes in selling and then buying, or buying then selling. Am I in any hedges? No. So my thesis here is basically, or you guys will see it here. The problem with where we are right now is that the problem with where we are right now is when I'm looking over the course of a year, it's like a fucking quarter inch of more up to go. We're so close to the top, in my view, that it's hand grenades and horseshoes right now.
Going out to give the market on close imbalance data.
I'm like mixing. Hold on, let me just turn this down. Check. Like in the world of hand grenades and horseshoes, we're so fucking close. It doesn't matter if we go up here or not. So we're kind of in this place where from now into, let's say, March OpEx, we have to pay very close attention to losing momentum. I should put a brief outside that says that losing momentum. We cannot lose momentum at this point. We did a successful back test of the daily trigger while everybody was gone, right? We went all the way down there, tested, and came back up.
10 seconds.
You figure that any other, so a pullback to the hourly trigger is normal. A pullback to the daily trigger is rare. We had one on the 17th.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 1.2 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side. Back 7 sell side 597 million.
Sorry, I got to put the audio input capture, but S&P 500 top buys: Apple, AMD, Oracle.
It's a reminder at the top of the hour, Nvidia CEO Huang is speak at the CES event. The video is in the economic calendar left-hand side. We'll pop it on the feed for you shortly.
Hold on here. Let me just bottom right-hand side here. Just add a audio source. Audio capture. Add source. I think it's this one. We should be able to capture it now, but if you want to read that, you can. Just check this really quick. Hold on here. Sorry about that. I had to do some stuff here. Let me go to the bottom right-hand side so you can see it. So we've got a MOC buy sides, S&P 500.
So we have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch. It's starting in about 9 minutes time.
Buy on Apple, AMD, Oracle, VLO, PM. Top sells are Tesla, Amazon, Meta, Google, Misfit. Dow 30 starting to take some profit off those. Meg 7 buy on Apple, neutral on Microsoft, neutral on Google and Tesla, or negativity. More sellers on Microsoft, Google, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, and Amazon. Apple's the big buy right now. And the question was, do I have a hedge in the market yet? No, I should. I should have one right now, but I want to see the loss of the hourly trigger. Let me show you what that would look like. I can show it to you right here. So it should be fairly easy. So this is your hourly trigger right here, right? Hourly triggers on 685.50. So if you saw at any point in the next few days, if you saw like a loss of this to close the gap and then a rejection, we might have to pull the plug in the market. But we're not quite there yet. So you've had 2 back tests in 15 days of the daily trigger. There should be no more back testing. And the more back testing we do, the more bearish I'll become. So I'm not quite there just yet, but you don't need you need that anymore. If that changes, I'll post it back up for you. Yeah, I would push them out to April, May. I like end of March, but I still want to lose that hourly fucking trigger. Like we gotta lose it first and make a new low. There'd be plenty of time to put them on. I'm fairly bearish here, but I'm not positioned for it just yet. I don't want them to take all your stops. That's my one problem. That's my one fucking fear here, is that we keep melting up. If we do like spot up, vol up, and start melting to the upside, it's going to make you rage. And I don't have a big downside for spring. I've got like 640 as a target, somewhere in there. Let me just look at SPY really quick. Yeah, like I would like to see like, I would like to see us trade 560, but I don't think you're getting down. I don't even think you're getting 600. I think you'd be lucky if you get like 620 to 640. It's like target 620, 640 for spring. I'd target 640, and if you get 620, congrats. Like if you want to like get the extra part, you can. Trading 600 to 560 would be the second target for the summer low, or like the summer doldrums into fall low. I think it'll be blamed on a few things. I think it's going to be blamed on, of course, rates. You also have the volatility of a new Fed chair, and then you have the volatility of the election. I think those are going to be the big things this year to look at. And pure profit taking, I think, is on board too, and killing some of this velocity. I just don't know when it happens. The key points here would be, you got to remember that when we backtest that daily trigger, it's telling you the way is higher. So if you lose the hourly trigger and start rejecting it, then that's telling you that it's fake, it's false. The way is lower. Like, you understand what I'm saying by that? Like, You're getting confirmation that the way is higher. So if you can't hold that and you're going back down there a second time, be like, get the fuck out of here. We're out of here. It's a fake bounce. So, I think they're going to create volatility even if it's not real. I think there's two parts to this. I think you're going to have like the volatility of the Fed chair being replaced. That's its own thing. That is going to be tied towards the death of the Treasury, the death of the Fed, the ask from let's start at the beginning. We're always going to sell the spring, okay? So it doesn't really matter what the news is. It's more what can we fit into these times of year, right? Does that make sense? We're servicing volatility by the time of year, not because of the Fed chair. So we have to always contextually look at this stuff. Like, we're going to go down and they're going to find a fucking reason. And they don't care what that reason is. And there will be other parties that will intentionally do that same thing, right? They're going to dump their garbage twice a year. The other thing we have to look forward to is earnings season. So we're going to come into earnings season. You can't forget earnings season because there's still going to be positioning for that, even if we're rolling. So they want all that money to fuel the downside, right? They want you thinking we're going up to some extent for earnings season. So the next thing would be if we're looking at the forms of volatility for the season, you got to remember you're probably going to get some kind of like hawkish tone, not for the January cut, but for the March cut. I agree with that March cut negativity or a hawkish cut. And then the bullshit, they're going to tell you that publicly, right? So you got to cut in January, getting the hawkish cut. Or you're going to get the cut in January, but you're going to get a hawkish cut no matter what, right? So we priced that in already. So is there any more to go up for that? Probably not. That's end of January. And then you've got earnings season, and then you've got the narrative of a discussion about Moran. I got to talk about Moran briefly. Like, if you read Moran's white paper on changing, disconnecting more of the short end and long end of rates. If you read that closely, he pays very small lip service to if things go wrong. He admits that things can go wrong, but he doesn't say how bad it can be. And I think that needs more discussion. So with Jerome leaving in early summer, that discussion probably comes up in this rate cutting cycle. Are we cutting rates? Are we not cutting rates? Shadow chair, all that kind of stuff, kind of like falls into that that March, April, May. And then the second thing we're gonna have, or the market's gonna want to digest is, of course, the election. I think that's the biggest bogus one of all of them. I think they're gonna set it up because they're gonna say, just like they said earlier in this thing, right? The worst years are normally re-election years. And most presidents in their re-election year get slammed. The other thing we haven't talked about is Trump being a lame duck. But you have to remember, lame ducks, they can be ignored, but they also pass their most unliked policy in their lame duck years. And Trump's been given more lame duck than usual. Normally, lame duck is the last 2 years of a 8-year stint, and he's getting a full 4 years of lame duck right now, which is powerful. So, and the last part on this too is they may need to create this volatility because, or create the bullshit volatility, because I do see them winning, and the implications of that are vast. If that's the case, that they do win the next 2 years, I think the House goes 50-50, but and I think the Senate remains in Republican control. So you've got the tiebreaker vote from the vice president. So I think that they win. But you still need that volatility to stop to retard, not like that bad word, like more like an engine, retard the uppies in the market. So you have this like consolidative phase this year, and then when they win, you get this blow off top off of that in 27, and that you also should get like I think you're gonna get a in whatever this year's low is. I think you're also gonna see OpenAI go public right in that time frame. If I was launching OpenAI, I would look for this year's low, personally, and I would launch OpenAI, and that would give you a year and 3 to 6 months to send the market vertical. So, and it gives the time needed for everyone to prepare for China and war. Gives you into like 27, 28, and unless something goes horrifically wrong between now and then. And I think the U.S. will be ready at that point. So you can only get so many years. So no, that kind. I mean, like starving. You're starving the market of up. When you retard something, you're like slowing down the fuel on the fire. I think that happens this year, but does it happen within the year candle or not? There are a bunch of questions here. Like, for the bulls to see continuation in the bull market, they likely need to trade like 640 and then 600 and go higher. You could wick 560 on a bad week. Just a wick down there. As long as there's no second low or rejection of 600, it would keep the bubble alive. This is a whole thing. I talked about this before I went on vacation here, where I discussed with you nesting. Look up nesting. We need to nest this year. And put it simply, we need to nest. That's what we did last year. If we nest again this year, we should be okay. So how do you nest this year? You probably, I don't see the volatility for the spring from a Fed chair change. I see it in the election, and I think it'll be manufactured. I think that volatility will be manufactured. I don't think the Democrats have a chance right now. I wish they did. I look for it. Like, I read the Reddit stuff. I talk to Democrats. I talk to liberals. I talk to MAGA. I talk to Republicans. I talk to everybody. You guys know that I'm friends with. I'm not one of these people that's like, I can't be friends with you because you're this or that or whatever. I'm a pretty pragmatic person, and I try to carry that over most of my life, even online, on the internets. I need to hear what people say. The toughest thing for me right now is I think that if the Democrats win, it's very bad for stock market. 100% it's bad for stock market. Number two is I think it brings danger, unless there's another flip to this too, which is where the Democrats win and we continue on doing what we're doing. And that would anger a lot of Democrats, but I think that's possible. There's still tacit agreement from Democrats. A lot of Democrats don't want to hear this shit, but there's still tacit agreement by Democrats. The Democrats could have shut the government down twice already. They have not. There's like a tacit we're playing ball here by Democrats on this AI rollout. I'm assuming that this has to do with the world geopolitics. It has to. So it's hard reading people right now. I'm shocked at the adoption of all of this by everybody. Like, there's adoption by everybody. No one's throwing out their computers. No one's throwing out their car or their, like, no one's walking down the street. No one's giving up their online life. People are still driving by flock cameras. Like, there's kind of like I don't know if it's defeat everyone's accepting this taking place in the future. So all these like grandiose ideas, Democrats are going to do this, Democrats are going to do that. I don't see it. So these ramifications will impact our markets for years to come. I think the fall will impact our markets for years to come, and even thereafter. Even if the Democrats win post-Trump, I still think that the ramifications are a decade of ramifications on our economy, on policy, and on geopolitics, AI revolution, all that shit. So I don't see how they win. I don't see how they service that to take place. I don't know if it's a self-realized prophecy or not, or I'm not exactly sure about all this. I haven't been alive long enough for all of this. I would need to have been alive, I think, in the 1920s or something. To be honest with you guys, and I don't think anybody's alive anymore from that time period. I think they're all gone. So, anyways, you have to create that volatility in the fall, in the summer and fall. I think we'll get that. I think we'll get that big down from that volatility. I would think that if you were going to question the AI bubble popping, the only way that I would tie that into this market would be the fraud of it or policy. So if it's policy, and you wanted some volatility, and when everyone says, well, it'll be the bubble popping, it would definitely be in that election. That election would be the first realistic way of the AI bubble popping. So even just pricing that in, the potential of that happening, I think we see more weakness in late summer, midsummer to fall. Then we get a more traditional weak stock market, like July, August, September, October, 4 bad months. Not this down into March, April shit. You know what I mean? Lazy, coddled, and spoiled. It's not just Americans, though. The whole world's kind of on board with this, aren't they? Or they're forced around the world to be on board with this. I don't see too much. I don't see too much of the world acting up like they should be or could be. I was shocked this weekend how many people were different political parties, some sort of acceptance that this is going to happen, whether they like it or not. I was a little shocked at that. I thought that there was going to be, I figured I would hear some kind of I know it's going to happen, but we need to rein it in, or we need some control over it, or something. I didn't hear any of that.
Take a look at the market wrap for the US session. US equities closed higher on Monday, with buyers snapping up tech shares despite the capture of Venezuela's Maduro, which fueled concerns about global risk. Oil prices soared, as did gold. The Nasdaq 100 index rose 0.8%, with tech-focused megacaps such as Amazon and Tesla leading the way. The benchmark S&P 500 index followed suit, increasing 0.6% as oil and financial stocks rose, while the Dow Jones Industrial Average set a new record. Bitcoin was up almost 3%. Brent crude climbed as markets assessed the consequences of the events in Caracas.
I gotta sell BTC.
Chevron shares rose alongside other U.S. oil giants after Trump proposed a U.S.-led rebirth of Venezuela's sector. The positive attitude in big tech equities was reflected in Asia.
Bitcoin showed a new high today too. They beat the high, so they're looking for a pullback to go one more leg higher.
Ground in U.S. trading after announcing an expansion of its push into the market for processors, which are at the heart of the personal computers. In bond markets, the 10-year Treasury yield dipped 4.16% after data released Monday morning revealed that U.S. manufacturing activity decreased by the most in December since 2024.
Bitcoin's looking for a pullback to go higher. I gotta say though, man, wherever this pullback is, it needs to hold whole market. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the morning, 9:30 in the morning. Welcome back. We're getting back into the swing of things. I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Yeah, you guys have a great day. Let me take a look at Nvidia, see if they're moving yet. Oh yeah. Oh no, that's Lee. That's Liu. Hold on. That was Nvidia already moving. Nope. Nvidia is just kind of hanging out, putting around. Squeezed up into the bell here, but no breakout yet. Nice little squeeze up in the bell here, but still no breakout. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Later. As you guys start to come back into the market, welcome back. And we'll start talking some more about hedging tomorrow. That'll be our thing, hedging. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We need to lose the hourly trigger and start rejecting. We do that, we have plenty of time to sell.